Chapter 24. Stahl, he remembers, had been talking for a long time. The general sense of what he said reached him, perhaps, but certainly not many of the words. The doctor, it was clear, wished to coax from him the most intimate description possible of his experience. He put things crudely in order to challenge criticism, and thus to make his companion's reason sit in judgment on his heart. If this visionary Celt would let his intellect pass soberly and dissectingly upon these flaming states of wider consciousness he had touched, the doctor would have data of real value for his own purposes. But this discriminating analysis was precisely what the Irishman found impossible. His soul was too dispersed to concentrate upon modern terms and phrases. These, in any case, dealt only with the fragments of self that manifested through body and brain. The rest could be felt only, never truly described. Since the beginning of the world, such transcendental experiences had never been translatable in the language of common sense, and today, even, when a few daring minds sought a laborious classification, straining the resources of psychology, the results were little better than a rather enticing and suggestive confusion. In his written account, indeed, he gives no proper report of what Stahl tried to say. A gaping hiatus appears in the manuscript, only with asterisks and numbers that referred to pages of his tumbled notebooks. Following these indications, I came across the skeletons of ideas which perhaps were the raw material, so to say, of these crude and speculative statements that the German poured out at him across that cabin. Blocks of exaggeration he flung at him, in the hope of winning some critical and intelligible response. Like the structure of some giant fairy tale they read, some toppling scaffolding that needed reduction in scale before it could be focused for normal human sight. Nature was really alive for those who believed and worshipped. For worship was that state of consciousness which opens the sense and provides the channel for this singular interior realization. In very desolate and lonely places, unsmothered and unstained by men as they exist today, such expressions of the earth's stupendous central vitality were still possible. The Russian himself was some such fragment, some such cosmic being, strayed down among men in a form outwardly human, and the Irishman had in his own wild, untamed heart those very same tender and primitive possibilities which enabled him to know and feel it. In the body, however, he was fenced off without. Only by the disentanglement of his primitive self from the modern development which caged it could he recover this strange, lost Eden, and taste in its fullness the mother life of the planetary consciousness which called him back. This dissociation might be experienced temporarily as a subliminal adventure, or permanently in death. Here, it seemed, was a version of the profound mystical idea that a man must lose his life to find it, and that the personal self must be merged into a larger one to know peace. The incessant, burning nostalgia that dwells in the heart of every religion known to men, escape from the endless pain of futile personal ambitions and desires for external things that are unquenchable, because never possible of satisfaction. It had never occurred to him before in so literal and simple a form. It explained his sense of kinship with the earth and nature rather than with men. There followed, then, another note which the Irishman had also omitted from his complete story as I found it. In this manuscript that lay among the dust and dinginess of that Paddington back-room like some flaming gem in a refuse heap. It was brief but pregnant, the block of another idea. Fechner's, apparently, hurled at him by the little doctor. That just as the body takes up the fact of the bruised lung into its own general consciousness, lifting it thereby from the submerged, unrealized state, and just as our human consciousness can be caught up again as a part of the Earth's, so, in turn, the planet's own vast personality is included in the collective consciousness of the entire universe. All steps and stages of advance to that final and august consciousness, of which they are fragments, projections, manifestations in time. God. And the immense conception, at any rate, gave him a curious, flashing clue to that passionate inclusion which a higher form of consciousness may feel for their countless lesser manifestations below it, and so to that love for humanity as a whole that saviors feel. Yet, out of all this deep flood of ideas and suggestions that somehow poured about him from the mind of this self-contradictory German, alternately scientist and mystic, O'Malley emerged with his own smaller and vivid personal delight that he would presently himself escape. Escape under the guidance of the big Russian into some remote corner of his own extended being, where he would enjoy a quasi-merging with the earth life, and know, subjectively at least, the fruition of all his yearnings. The doctor had phrased it once that a part of him, fluid, etheric, or astral, malleable by desire, would escape and attain to this result. But, after all, the separation of one portion of himself from the main personality could only mean being conscious of it, another part of it, in a division usually submerged. As Stahl so crudely put it, the earth had bruised him. He would know in some little measure the tides of her own huge life, his longings, loneliness, and nostalgia explained and satisfied. He would find that fair old garden. He might even know the lesser gods. That afternoon at Smyrna, the matter was officially reported, and so officially done with. It caused little enough comment on the steamer. The majority of the passengers had hardly noticed the boy at all, much less his disappearance. And while many of them landed there for Ephesus, still more left the ship next day at Constantinople. The big Russian, though he kept mostly to his own cabin, was closely watched by the ship's officers, and O'Malley, too, realized that he was under constant observation. But nothing happened. The emptied steamer pursued her quiet way, and the earth, unrealized by her teeming freight so busy with their tiny personal aims, rushed forwards upon her glorious journey through space. O'Malley only realized her presence, aware that he rushed with her amid a living universe. But he kept his new sensations to himself. The remainder of the voyage, indeed, across the Black Sea via Samsun and Trebizond, is hazy in his mind so far as practical details are concerned, for he found himself in a dreamy state of deep peace, and would sometimes sit for hours in reverie, only reminded of the present by certain pricks of annoyance from the outer world. He had returned, of course, to his own stateroom, yet felt in such close sympathy with his companion that no outward expression by way of confidence or explanation was necessary. In their subconsciousness, they were together and at one. The pricks of annoyance came, as may be expected, chiefly from Dr. Stahl, and took the form of variations of "I told you so." The man was in a state of almost anger, caused half by disappointment, half by unsatisfied curiosity. His cargo of oil and water would not mix, yet he knew not which to throw overboard. Here was another instance where facts refused to tally with the beliefs dictated by sane reason, where the dazzling speculations he played with threatened to win the day and destroy the compromise his soul loved. The Irishman, however, did not resent his curiosity, though he made no attempt to satisfy it. He allowed him to become authoritative and professional, to treat him somewhat as a patient. What could it matter to him who in a few hours would land at Batoum and go off with his guide and comrade to some place where... The thought he could never see completed in words, for he only knew that the fulfillment of the adventure would take place somewhere, somehow, somewhen, in that space within the soul of which external space is but an image and a figure. What takes place in the mind and heart are alone the true events. Their outward expression in the shifting and impermanent shapes of matter is the least real thing in all the world. For him the experience would be true, real, authoritative, fact in the deepest sense of the word. Already he saw it whole. Faith asks no traveler's questions, exact height of mountains, length of rivers, distance from the sea, precise spellings of names, and so forth. He felt. The quaint and striking simile is in the written account. Like a man hunting for a pillar box in a strange city, absurdly difficult to find, as though purposely concealed by the authorities amid details of street and houses to which the eye is unaccustomed, yet really close at hand all the time. But at Trebizond, a few hours before Batoum, Dr. Stahl, in his zealous attentions, went too far, for that evening he gave his patient a sleeping draught in his coffee that caused him to lie for 12 hours on the cabin sofa, and when at length he woke toward noon, the customs officers had been aboard since 9 o'clock, and most of the passengers had already landed. Among them, leaving no message, the big Russian had also gone ashore. And though Stahl may have been actuated by the wisest and kindest motives, he was not quite prepared for the novel experience with which it provided him, namely, of hearing an angry Irishman saying rapidly what he thought of him in a stream of eloquent language that lasted nearly quarter of an hour without a break. Chapter 25. Although Batoum is a small place, and the trains that leave it during the day are few enough, O'Malley knew that to search for his friend by the methods of the ordinary detective was useless. It would have been also wrong. The man had gone deliberately, without attempting to say goodbye, because, having come together in the real and inner sense, real separation was not possible. The vital portion of their beings, thought, feeling, and desire, were close and always would be. Their bodies, busy at different points of the map among the casual realities of external life, could make no change in that, and at the right moment they would assuredly meet again to begin the promised journey. Thus, at least, in some fashion peculiarly his own, was the way the Irishman felt, and this was why, after the first anger with his German friend, he resigned himself patiently to the practical business he had in hand. The little incident was characteristically revealing, and it shows how firmly rooted in his imaginative temperament was the belief, the unalterable conviction, rather, that his life operated upon an outer and an inner plane simultaneously, the one ever reacting upon the other. It was as if he were aware of two separate sets of faculties, subtly linked, one carrying on the affairs of the physical man in the practical world, the other dealing with the spiritual economy in the subconscious. To attend to the latter alone was to be a useless dreamer among men, unpractical, unbalanced. To neglect it wholly for the former was to be crassly limited, but half alive. To combine the two in effective cooperation was to achieve that high level of a successful personality, which some perhaps term genius, some prophet, and others saint. It meant, at any rate, to have sources of inspiration within oneself. Thus he spent the day completing what was necessary for his simple outfit, and put up for the night at one of the little hotels that spread their tables invitingly upon the pavement, so that dinner may be enjoyed in full view of one of the most picturesque streams of traffic it is possible to see. The sultry, enervating heat of the day had passed, and a cool breeze came shorewards over the Black Sea. With a box of thin Russian cigarettes before him, he lingered over the golden Kakhetian wine and watched the crowded street. Knowing enough of the language to bargain smartly for his room, his pillows, sheets, and samovar, he yet could scarcely compass conversation with the strangers about him. Of Russian proper, besides, he heard little. There was a babble of many tongues, Armenian, Turkish, Georgian, explosive phrases of Swanetian, soft-gliding Persian words, and the sharp or guttural exclamations of the big-voiced giant fellows, all heavily armed, who belonged to the bewildering tribes that dwelt among the mountains beyond. Occasionally came a broken bit of French or German, but they strayed in, lost and bizarre, as fragments from some distant or forgotten world. Down the pavement, jostling his elbows, strode the constant, gorgeous procession of curious, wild, barbaric faces, bearded, with hooked noses, flashing eyes, burkas flowing, cartridge belts of silver and ivory gleaming across chests in the glare of the electric light, bashliks of white, black, and yellow wool upon the head, increasing the stature, evil-looking Black Sea knives stuck in most belts, rifles swung across great supple shoulders, long swords trailing, Turkish gypsies, dark and furtive-eyed, walking softly in leather slippers, of endless and fascinating variety, many-colored and splendid it all was. From time to time, a droshky with 2 horses, or a private carriage with 3, rattled noisily over the cobbles at a reckless pace, stopping with the abruptness of a practiced skater, and officers with narrow-belted waists like those of women, their full-skirted cloaks reaching halfway down high boots of shining leather, sprang out to pay the driver and take a vacant table at his side. And once or twice a body of soldiers, several hundred strong, singing the national songs with a full-throated vigor, hoarse, wild, somehow half terrible, passed at a swinging gait away into the darkness at the end of the street, the roar of their barbaric singing dying away in the distance by the sea where the boom of waves just caught it. And O'Malley loved it all, and thrilled as he watched and listened. From his hidden self within, something passed out and joined it. He felt the wild pulse of energetic life that drove along with the tumult of it. The savage, untamed soul in him leaped as he saw. The blood ran faster. Sitting thus upon the bank of the hurrying stream, he knew himself akin to the main body of the invisible current further out. It drew him with it, and he experienced a quickening of all his impulses toward some wild freedom that was mighty, clean, simple. Civilian dress was rare and noticeable when it came. The shipping agents wore black alpaca coats, white trousers, and modern hats of straw. A few ship's officers in blue, with official caps gold-braided, passed in and out like men without a wedding garment, as distressingly out of the picture as tourists in check knickerbockers and nailed boots moving through some dim cathedral aisle. O'Malley recognized 1 or 2 from his own steamer and turned his head the other way. It hurt. He caught himself thinking, as he saw them, of stock exchanges, 2-penny tubes, Belgravia dinner parties, private views, small and earlies, musical comedy, and all the rest of the dismal and meager program. These harmless little modern uniforms were worse than ludicrous, for they formed links with the glare and noise of the civilization he had left behind, the smeared vulgarity of the big cities where men and women live in their possessions, wasting life in that worship of external detail they call progress. A well-known German voice crashed through his dream. "Already at the wine? These Caucasian vintages are good. They really taste of grapes and earth and flowers. Yes, thanks. I'll join you for a moment, if I may. We only lie 3 days in port, and are glad to get ashore." O'Malley called for a second glass and passed the cigarettes. "I prefer my black cigars, thank you," was the reply, lighting one. "You push on tomorrow, I suppose. Kars, Tiflis, Erzurum, or somewhere a little wilder in the mountains, eh?" "Toward the mountains, yes," the Irishman said. Dr. Stahl was the only person he could possibly have allowed to sit next to him at such a time. He had quite forgiven him now, and though at first he felt no positive welcome, the strange link between the two men quickly asserted itself, and welded them together in that odd harmony they knew in spite of all differences. They could be silent together, too, without distress or awkwardness, sure test that at least some portion of their personalities fused. And for a long time they remained silent, watching the surge and movement of the old types about them. They sipped the yellow wine and smoked. The stars came out. The carriages grew less. From far away floated a deep, sonorous echo, now and then of the soldiers singing by their barracks. Sometimes a steamer hooted. Cossacks swung by. Often some wild cry rang out from a side street. There were heavy, unfamiliar perfumes in the air. Presently Stahl began talking about the revolution of a few years before, and the scenes of violence he had witnessed in these little streets, the shooting, barricades, bombs thrown into passing carriages, Cossacks charging down the pavements with swords drawn, shouting and howling. O'Malley listened with a part of his mind, at any rate. The rest of him was much further away. He was up among the mountain fastnesses. Already, it seemed, he knew the secret places of the mist, the lair of every running wind. 2 tall mountain tribesmen swaggered past close to their table. The thick gray burkas almost swept their glasses. They walked magnificently with easy, flowing stride, straight from the hips. "The earth here," said O'Malley, taking advantage of a pause in the other's chatter, "produces some splendid types. Look at those 2. They make one think of trees walking, blown along bodily before a wind." He watched them with admiration as they swung off and disappeared among the crowd. Dr. Stahl, glancing keenly at him, laughed a little. "Yes," he said, "brave, generous fellows, too, as a rule, who will shoot you for a pistol that excites their envy, yet give their life to save one of their savage dogs. They're still natural," he added after a moment's hesitation, "still unspoiled. They live close to nature with a vengeance. Up among the Ossetians on the high saddles you'll find true pagans who worship trees, sacrifice blood, and offer bread and salt to the nature deities." "Still?" asked O'Malley, sipping his wine. "Still," replied Stahl, following his example. Over the glass's rims their eyes met. Both smiled, though neither quite knew why. The Irishman, perhaps, was thinking of the little city clerks he knew at home, pigeon-breasted, pale-faced, undersized. One of these big men, so full of rushing, vigorous life, would eat a dozen at a sitting. "There's something here the rest of the world has lost," he murmured to himself, but the doctor heard him. "You feel it?" he asked quickly, his eyes brightening. "The awful primitive beauty." "I feel something, certainly," was the cautious answer. He could not possibly have said more just then, yet it seemed as though he heard far echoes of that voice that had been first borne to his ears across the blue Aegean. In the gorges of these terrible mountains it surely sounded still. These men must know it too. "The spell of this strange land will never leave you once you've felt it," pursued the other quietly, his voice deepening. "Even in the towns here, Tiflis, Kutaïs, I have felt it. Hereabouts is the cradle of the human race, they say, and the people have not changed for thousands of years. Some of them, you'll find." He hunted for a word, then said with a curious shrugging gesture, "Terrific." "Ah," said the Irishman, lighting a fresh cigarette from the dying stump so clumsily that the trembling of the hand was noticeable. "And akin most likely," said Stahl, thrusting his face across the table with the whispering tone, "to that man who tempted you." O'Malley did not answer. He drank the liquid golden sunshine in his glass. His eyes lifted to the stars that watched above the sea. Between the surge of human figures came a little wind from the grim, mysterious Caucasus beyond. He turned all tender as a child, receiving, as with the shock of sudden strength and sweetness, 1,000 intimate messages from the splendid mood of old Mother Earth, who here expressed herself in such a potent breed of men and mountains. He heard the doctor's voice still speaking, as from a distance, though. "For here they all grow with her. They do not fight her and resist. She pours freely through them. There is no opposition. The channels still lie open, and they share her life and power." "That beauty which the modern world has lost," repeated the other to himself, lingering over the words and wondering why they expressed so little of what he really meant. "But which will never, can never, come again." Stahl completed the sentence. There was a wistful, genuine sadness in his voice and eyes, and the sympathy touched the inflammable Celt with fire. It was ever thus with him. The little man opposite, with the ragged beard and bald, domed head gleaming in the electric light, had laid a card upon the table, showing a bit of his burning heart. The generous Irishman responded like a child, laying himself bare. So hungry was he for comprehension. "Men have everywhere else clothed her fair body with their smothering, ugly clothing and their herded cities." He burst out, so loud that the Armenian waiter sidled up, thinking he called for wine. "But here she lies naked and unashamed, sweet in divinity made simple. By Jove! I tell you, doctor, it burns and sweeps me with a kind of splendid passion that drowns my little shamefaced personality of the 20th century. I could run out and worship, fall down and kiss the grass and soil and sea." He drew back suddenly like a wounded animal. His face turned scarlet, as though he knew himself convicted of a hysterical outburst. Stahl's eyes had changed, even as he spoke the flaming words that struggled so awkwardly to seize his mood of rapture. A thought the earth poured through him for a moment. The bitter, half-mocking smile lay in them, and on the lips the cold and critical expression of the other Stahl, skeptic and science-man. A revulsion of feeling caught them both, but to O'Malley came the thought that once again he had been drawn, was being coaxed for examination beneath the microscope. "The material here," Stahl said presently, with the calm tones of a dispassionate diagnosis, "is magnificent, as you say, uncivilized, without being merely savage, untamed, yet far from crude barbarism. When the progress of the age gets into this land, the transformation will be grand. When Russia lets in culture, when modern improvements have developed her resources and trained the wild human forces into useful channels." He went on calmly by the yard, till it was all the Irishman could do not to dash the wine-glass in his face. "Remember my words when you are up in the lonely mountains," he concluded at length, smiling his queer, sardonic smile, "and keep yourself in hand. Put on the brakes when possible. Your experience will thus have far more value." "And you," replied O'Malley bluntly, so bluntly it was almost rudeness, "go back to Fechner and try to save your compromising soul before it is too late." "Still following those lights that do mislead the morn," Stahl added gently, breaking into English for a phrase he apparently loved. They laughed and raised their glasses. A long pause came, which neither cared to break. The streets were growing empty, the personality of the mysterious little Black Sea port folding away into the darkness. The wilder element had withdrawn behind the shuttered windows. There came a murmur of the waves, but the soldiers no longer sang. The droshkis ceased to rattle past. The night flowed down more thickly from the mountains, and the air, moist with that malarial miasma which makes the climate of this reclaimed marsh whereon Batoum is built so unhealthy, closed unpleasantly about them. The stars died in it. "Another glass," suggested Stahl. "A drink to the gods of the future, until we meet again on your return journey, eh?" "I'll walk with you to the steamer," was the reply. "I never care for much wine, and the gods of the future will prefer my usual offering, I think, imaginative faith." The doctor did not ask him to explain. They walked down the middle of the narrow streets. No one was about, nor were there lights in many windows. Once or twice from an upper story came the faint twanging of a balalaika against the drone of voices, and occasionally they passed a little garden where figures outlined themselves among the trees, with the clink of glasses, laughter of men and girls, and the glowing tips of cigarettes. They turned down toward the harbor, where the spars and funnels of the big steamers were just visible against the sky, and opposite the unshuttered window of a shop, one of those modern shops that oddly mar the town with assorted German tinware, Paris hats, and oleographs indiscriminately mingled, Stahl stopped a moment and pointed. They moved up idly and looked in. From the shadows of the other side, well hidden, an armed patrol eyed them suspiciously, though they were not aware of it. "It was before a window like this," remarked Stahl, apparently casually, "that I once in Tiflis overheard two mountain Georgians talking together as they examined a reproduction of a modern picture, Boeklin's Centaur. They spoke in half whispers, but I caught the trend of what they said. You know the picture, perhaps?" "I've seen it somewhere, yes," was the short reply. "But what were they saying?" He strove to keep his voice commonplace and casual like his companions. "Oh, just discussing it together, but with a curious, stretched interest," Stahl went on. "One asked, 'What does it say?' and pointed to the inscription underneath. They could not read. For a long time they stared in silence, their faces grave and half afraid. 'What is it?' repeated the first one, and the other, a much older man, heavily bearded and of giant build, replied low, 'It's what I told you about.' There was awe in his tone and manner. They still live in the big valley of the rhododendrons beyond, mentioning some lonely, uninhabited region towards Dagestan. They come in the spring and are very swift and roaring. You must always hide. To see them is to die. But they cannot die. They are of the mountains. They are older than the stones. And the dogs will warn you, or the horses, or sometimes a great sudden wind, though you must never shoot." They stood gazing in solemn wonder for minutes, till at last, realizing that their silence was final, I moved away. There were manifestations of life in the mountains, you see, that they had seen and knew about. Old forms akin to that picture, apparently. The patrol came out of his shadows, and Stahl quickly drew his companion along the pavement. "You have your passport with you?" he asked, noticing the man behind them. "It went to the police this afternoon. I haven't got it back yet." O'Malley spoke thickly, in a voice he hardly recognized as his own. How much he welcomed that casual interruption of the practical world he could never explain or tell. For the moment he had felt like wax in the other's hands. He had dreaded searching questions, and felt unspeakably relieved. A minute more, and he would have burst into confession. "You should never be without it," the doctor added. "The police here are perfect fiends, and can cause you endless inconvenience." O'Malley knew it all, but gladly seized the talk and spun it out, asking innocent questions while scarcely listening to the answers. They distanced the patrol and neared the quays and shipping. In the darkness of the sky, a great line showed where the spurs of the Lesser Caucasus gloomed huge and solemn to the east and west. At the gangway of the steamer they said goodbye. Stahl held the Irishman's hand a moment in his own. "Remember, when you know temptation strong," he said gravely, though a smile was in the eyes, "the passwords that I now give you, humanity and civilization." "I'll try." They shook hands warmly enough. "Come home by this steamer if you can," he called down from the deck, "and keep to the middle of the road on your way back to the hotel. It's safer in a town like this." O'Malley divined the twinkle in his eyes as he said it. "Forgive my many sins," he heard finally, "and when we meet again, tell me your own." The darkness took the sentence, but the word the Irishman took home with him to the little hotel was the single one, civilization. And this, owing to the peculiar significance of intonation and accent with which this bewildering and self-contradictory being had uttered it. Chapter 26. He walked along the middle of the street as Stahl had advised. He would have done so in any case, unconsciously, for he knew these towns quite as well as the German did. Yet he did not walk alone. The entire earth walked with him, and personal danger was an impossibility. A dozen ruffians might attack him, but none could take his life. How simple it all seemed, yet how utterly beyond the reach of intelligible description to those who have never felt it. The sudden surge upwards, downwards, all around and about of the vaster consciousness, amid which the sense of normal individuality seemed but a tiny focused point. That loss of personality he first dreaded as an inner catastrophe appeared to him now for what it actually was, merely an extinction of some phantasmal illusion of self into the only true life. Here, upon the fringe of this wonder region of the Caucasus, the spirit of the earth, still manifested as of old, reached out lovingly to those of her children who were simple enough to respond, ready to fold them in and heal them of the modern racking fevers which must otherwise destroy them. The entire sky of soft darkness became a hand that covered him and stroked him into peace. The perfume that wafted down that narrow street beside him was the single enveloping fragrance of the whole wide earth herself. He caught the very murmur of her splendid journey through the stars. The certitude of some state of boundless being flamed, roaring and immense, about his soul. And when he reached his little room, a little cell that shut out light and air, he met that sinister denial of the simple life, which, for him at least, was the true dweller on the threshold. Crashing into it, he choked, as it were, and could have cried aloud. It gripped and caught him by the throat. The word that Stahl, who understood even while he warned and mocked and hesitated himself, had flung so tauntingly upon him from the decks. Civilization. Upon his table lay by chance, the Armenian hotel-keeper had evidently unearthed it for his benefit, a copy of a London halfpenny paper, a paper that feeds the public with the ugliest details of all the least important facts of life by the yard, inventing others when the supply is poor. He read it over vaguely, with a sense of cold distress that was half pain, half nausea. Somehow it stirred his sense of humor. He returned slowly to his normal, littler state. But it was not the contrast which made him smile. Rather, it was the chance juxtaposition of certain of the contents. For on the page facing the accounts of railway accidents, of people burned alive, explosions, giant strikes, crumpled airmen, and other countless horrors which modern inventions offered upon the altar of feverish progress, he read a complacently boastful leader that extolled the conquest of nature men had learned by speed. The ability to pass from one point to another across the skin of the globe in the least possible time was sign of the development of the human soul. The pompous flatulence of the language touched pathos. He thought of the thousands who had read both columns and preened themselves upon that leader. He thought how they would pride themselves upon the latest contrivance for speeding their inert bodies from one point to another, annihilating distance. Upon being able to get from suburbia to the huge shops that created artificial wants, then filled them, from the poky villas with their wee sham gardens to the dingy offices, from dark, airless East End rooms to countless factories that pour out semi-fraudulent, unnecessary wares upon the world, explosives and weapons to destroy another nation, or cheap-jack goods to poison their own, all in a few minutes less than they could do it the week before. And then he thought of the leisure of the country folk and of those who knew how to be content without external possessions, to watch the sunset and the dawn with hearts that sought realities, sharing the noble slowness of the seasons, the gradual growth of flowers, trees, and crops, the unhurried dignity of nature's grand procession, the repose in progress of the Mother Earth. The calmness of the unhastening earth once more possessed his soul in peace. He hid the paper, watching the quiet way the night beyond his window buried it from sight. And through the open window came the perfume and the mighty hand of darkness slowly. It seemed to this imaginative Irishman that he caught a sound of awful laughter from the mountains and the sea, a laughter that brought, too, a wave of sighing, of deep and old-world sighing. And before he went to sleep, he took an antidote in the form of a page from that book that accompanied all his travels, a book which was written wholly in the open air, because its message refused to come to the heart of the inspired writer within doors, try as he would, the sky especially containing for me the key, the inspiration. And the fragment that he read expressed a little bit of his own thought and feeling. The seer who wrote it looked ahead, naming it After Civilization, whereas he looked back. But they saw the same vision. The confusion of time was nothing. In the first soft winds of spring, while snow yet lay on the ground, forth from the city into the great woods wandering, into the great silent white woods, where they waited in their beauty and majesty for man, their companion, to come. There, in vision, out of the wreck of cities and civilizations, slowly out of the ruins of the past. Out of the litter and muck of a decaying world, lo, even so, I saw a new life arise. O sound of waters, jubilant, pouring, pouring! O hidden song in the hollows, secret of the earth, swelling, sobbing, to divulge itself, slowly building, lifting itself up, atom by atom, gathering itself round a new center, or rather round the world-old center, once more revealed. I saw a new life, a new society, arise. Man I saw arising once more to dwell with nature. The old story, the prodigal son returning, so loved, the long estrangement, the long entanglement in vain things. The child returning to its home, companion of the winter woods once more, companion of the stars and waters, hearing their words at first hand more than all science ever taught. The near contact, the dear, dear mother so close, the twilight sky and the young tree-tops against it, the few needs, the exhilarated, radiant life, the food and population question giving no more trouble, no hurry more, no striving one to override the other, man the companion of nature. Civilization behind him now, the wonderful stretch of the past. Continents, empires, religions, wars, migrations, all gathered up in him, the immense knowledge, the vast winged powers, to use or not to use. And as he fell asleep at length, it seemed there came a sound of hushed, huge trampling underneath his window, and that when he rose to listen, his big friend from the steamer led him forth into the darkness, that those shapes of cloud and wind he now so often saw companioned them across the heights of the night toward some place in the distant mountains, where light and flowers were, and all his dream of years most exquisitely fulfilled. He slept, and through his sleep there dropped the words of that old tribesman from the wilderness. They come in the spring, and are very swift and roaring. They are older than the stones. They cannot die. They are of the mountains, and you must hide. But the dream consciousness knows no hiding, and though memory failed to report with detail in the morning, O'Malley woke refreshed and blessed, knowing that companionship awaited him, and that once he found the courage to escape completely, the simple life of earth would claim him in full consciousness. Stahl, with his little modern intellect, was no longer there to hinder and prevent. Chapter 27. For the next month, Terence O'Malley possessed his soul in patience. He worked, and the work saved him. That is to say, it enabled him to keep what men call balanced. Stahl had, whether intentionally or not, he was never quite certain, raised a tempest in him. More accurately, perhaps, he had called it to the top, for it had been raging deep down ever since he could remember, or had begun to think. That the earth might be a living, sentient organism, though too vast to be envisaged as such by normal human consciousness, had always been a tenet of his imagination's creed. Now he knew it true, as a dinner gong is true. That deep yearnings, impossible of satisfaction in the external conditions of ordinary life, could know subjective fulfillment in the mind, had always been for him poetically true, as for any other poet. Now he realized that it was literally true for some outlying tract of consciousness, usually inactive, termed by some transliminal. Spiritual nostalgia provided the channel, and the transfer of consciousness to this outlying tract, involving, of course, a trance condition of the usual self, indicated the way. That was all. Again, his mystical temperament had always seen objects as forces which from some invisible center push outwards into visible shape, as bodies of trees, stones, flowers, men, women, animals, and others, but partially pushed outwards, still invisible to limited physical sight at least, either too huge, too small, or too attenuated for vision. Whereas now, as a result of Stahl and Fechner combined, it flamed into him that this was positively true. More, that there was a point in his transliminal consciousness where he might contact these forces before they reached their cruder external expression as bodies. Nature, in this sense, had always been, for him, alive, though he had allowed himself the term by a long stretch of poetic sympathy. But now he knew that it was actually true, because objects, landscapes, humans, and the rest were verily aspects of the collective consciousness of the earth, moods of her spirit, phases of her being, expressions of her deep, pure, passionate heart, projections of herself. He pondered lingeringly over this. Common words revealed their open faces to him. He saw the ideas behind language, saw them naked. Repetition had robbed them of so much that now became vital, like Bible phrases that too great familiarity in childhood kills for all subsequent life as meaningless. His eyes were opened, perhaps. He took a flower into his mind and thought about it, really thought, meditated lovingly. A flower was literally projected by the earth so far as its form was concerned. Its roots gathered soil and earth matter, changing them into leaves and blossoms. Its leaves, again, took of the atmosphere, also a part of the earth. It was projected by the earth, born of her, fed by her, and, at death, returned into her. But this was its outward and visible form only. The flower, for his imaginative mind, was a force made visible as literally as a house was a force of the mind of the architect made visible. In the mind, or consciousness of the earth, this flower first lay latent as a dream. Perhaps in her consciousness it nested as that which in us corresponds to a little thought. And from this he leaped, as the way ever was with him, to bigger projections, trees, atmosphere, clouds, winds, some visible, some invisible, and so to a deeper yet simpler comprehension of Fechner's thundering conception of human beings as projections. Was he, then, literally, a child of the earth, mothered by the whole magnificent planet? All the world akin, that seeking for an eternal home in every human heart explained. And had there been rather, these other vaster projections Stahl had adumbrated with his sudden borrowed stretch of vision, forces, thoughts, moods of her hidden life, invisible to sight, yet able to be felt and known interiorly. That the gods were definitely knowable powers, accessible to any genuine worshipper, had ever haunted his mind, thinly separated only from definite belief. Now he understood that this also had been true, though only partially divined before. For now he saw them as the rare expressions of the earth's in the morning of her life. That he might ever come to know them close made him tremble with a fearful joy, the idea flaming across his being with a dazzling brilliance that brought him close to that state of consciousness termed ecstasy. And that in certain unique beings, outwardly human like his friend, there might still survive some primitive expression of the earth soul, lesser than the gods, and intermediate, as it were, became for him now a fact. Wondrous, awe-inspiring, even holy, but still a fact that he could grasp. He had found one such, and Stahl, by warnings that fought with urging invitation at the same time, had confirmed it. It was singular, he reflected, how worship had ever turned for him a landscape or a scene enchantingly alive. Worship, he now understood, of course invited the gods, and was the channel through which their manifestation became possible to the soul. All the gods, then, were accessible in this interior way, but Pan especially, in desolate places and secret corners of a wood. He remembered dimly the Greek idea of worship in the mysteries, that the worshipper knew actual temporary union with his deity in ecstasy, and at death went permanently into his sphere of being. He understood that worship was au fond a desire for loss of personal life, hence its subtle joy, and a fear lest it be actually accomplished, whence its awe and wonder. Some glorious winged thing moved now beside him. It held him by the hand. The earth possessed him, and the whole adventure, so far as he can make it plain, was an authoritative summons to the natural, simple life. For the next month, therefore, O'Malley, unhurrying, blessed with a deeper sense of happiness than he had ever known before, dismissed the tempest from his surface consciousness, and set to work to gather the picturesque impressions of strange places and strange peoples that the public liked to read about in occasional letters of travel. And by the time May had passed into June, he had moved up and down the Caucasus, observing, learning, expanding, and gathering in the process through every sense, through the very pores of his skin, almost, draughts of a new and abundant life that is to be had there merely for the asking. That modification of the personality which comes even in cities to all but the utterly hidebound, so that a man in Rome finds himself not quite the same as he was in London or Paris a few days before, went forward in him on a profounder scale than anything he had known hitherto. Nature fed, stimulated, and called him with a passionate intimacy that destroyed all sense of loneliness, and with a vehement directness of attack that simply charged him to the brim with a new joy of living. His vitality, powers, even his physical health, stood at their best and highest. The country laid its spell upon him, in a word, and if he expresses it thus with some intensity, it was because life came to him so. His record is the measure of his vision. Those who find exaggeration in it merely confess thereby their own smaller capacity of living. Here, as he wandered to and fro among these proud, immense, secluded valleys, through remote and untamed forests, and by the banks of wild rivers that shook their flying foam across untrodden banks, he wandered at the same time deeper and ever deeper into himself, toward a point where he lost touch with all that constituted him modern, or held him captive in the spirit of today. Nearer and ever nearer he moved into some tremendous freedom, some state of innocence and simplicity that, while gloriously unrestrained, yet knew no touch of license. Dreams had whispered of it, childhood had fringed its frontiers, longings had even mapped it faintly to his mind. But now he breathed its very air, and knew it face to face. The earth surged wonderfully about him. With his sleeping bag upon a small Caucasian horse, a sack to hold his cooking things, a pistol in his belt, he wandered thus for days, sleeping beneath the stars, seeing the sunset and the dawn, drenched in new strength and wonder all the time. Here he touched deeper reaches of the earth that spoke of old, old things, that yet were still young because they knew not change. He walked in the morning of the world, through her primal fire and dew, when all was a first and giant garden. The advertised splendors of other lands, even of India, Egypt, and the East, seemed almost vulgar beside this country that had somehow held itself aloof, unstained, and clean. The civilization of its little towns seemed but a coat of varnish that an hour's sun would melt away. The railway, crawling along the flanks of the great range, but a ribbon of old iron pinned on that, with the first shiver of those giant sides, would split and vanish. Here, where the Argonauts once landed, the golden fleece still shone o' nights in the depths of the rustling beechwoods. Along the shores of that old Phasis, their figures might still be seen, tall Jason in the lead, erect and silvery, passing o'er the shining flowered fields upon their quest of ancient beauty. Further north from this sunny Colchian strand rose the peak of Kazbek, gaunt and desolate pyramid of iron, sloping through 5 great zones of climate, whence the ghost of Prometheus still gazed down from his vast frozen precipice upon a world his courage would redeem. For somewhere here was the cradle of the human race, fair garden of some Eden life before the fall, when the earth sang for joy in her first golden youth, and her soul expressed itself in mighty forms that remain for lesser days but a faded hierarchy of visioned gods. A living earth went with him everywhere, with love that never breathed alarm. It seemed he felt her very thoughts within himself, thoughts, however, that now no longer married with a visible expression as shapes. Among these old-world tribes and peoples, with their babble of difficult tongues, wonder and beauty, terror and worship, still lay too deeply buried to have as yet externalized themselves in mental forms as legend, myth, and story. In the blood ran all their richness, undiluted. Life was simple, full charged with an immense delight. At home, little cocksure writers in little cocksure journals, pertly modern and enlightened, might dictate how far imaginative vision and belief could go before they overstepped the limits of an artificial schedule. But here, everything possible to be believed was still an image of truth, and the stream of life flowed deeper than all mere intellectual denials. A little out of sight, but thinly veiled, the powers that in this haunted corner of the earth, too strangely neglected, pushed outwards into men and trees, into mountains, flowers, and the rest, were unenslaved and intensely vital. In his blood, O'Malley knew the primal pulses of the world. It was irresistibly seductive. Whether he slept with the Aryan Ossetians upon the high ridges of the Central Range, or shared the stone huts of the mountain Jews, unchanged since Bible days, beyond the Surim heights, there came to all his senses the message of that golden age his longings ever sought, the rush and murmur of the Urvelt calling. And so it was, about the first week of June, that lean, bronzed, and in perfect physical condition, this wandering Irishman found himself in a little Swanetian hamlet beyond Algiers, preparing with a Georgian peasant guide to penetrate yet deeper into the mountain recesses and feed his heart with what he found of loneliness and beauty. This region of Immerathia, bordering on Mingrelia, is smothered beneath an exuberance of vegetation almost tropical, blue and golden with enormous flowers, tangled with wild vines, rich with towering soft beechwoods, and finally, in the upper sections, ablaze with leagues of huge rhododendron trees in blossom that give whole mountainsides the aspect of a giant garden, flowering amid peaks that even dwarf the Alps. For here the original garden of the world survives, run with pristine loveliness. The prodigality of nature is bewildering, almost troubling. There are valleys rarely entered by the foot of man, where monstrous lilies, topping a man on foot and even reaching to his shoulder on horseback, have suggested to botanists, in their lavish luxuriance, a survival of the original flora of the world. 1,000 flowers he found, whose names he had never heard of, their hues and forms as strangely lovely as those of another planet. The grasses alone, in scale and mass, were magnificent. While, in and out of all this splendor, less dense and voluminous only than the rhododendron forests, ran scattered lines of blazing yellow, the crowding clusters of azalea bushes that scented the winds beyond belief. Beyond this region of extravagance in size and color, there ran immense bare open slopes of smooth turf that led to the foot of the eternal snowfields, with, far below, valleys of prodigious scale and steepness that touched somehow with disdain all memory of other mountain ranges he had ever known. And here it was this warm June evening, June 15th it was, while packing his sack with cheese and maize flour in the dirty yard of a so-called post-house, more hindered than helped by his Georgian guide, that he realized the approach of a familiar, bearded figure. The figure emerged. There was a sudden clutch and lift of the heart, then a rush of wild delight. There stood his Russian steamer friend, part of the scale and splendor as though grown out of the very soil. He occupied in a flash the middle of the picture. He gave it meaning. He was part of it, exactly as a tree or big gray boulder were part of it. Chapter 28. Notwithstanding the extent and loneliness of this wild country, coincidence seemed in no way stretched by the abrupt appearance, for in a sense it was not wholly unexpected. There had been certain indications that the meeting again of these two was imminent. The Irishman had never doubted they would meet, but something more than mere hints or warnings, it seemed, had prepared him. The nature of these warnings, however, O'Malley never fully disclosed. 2 of them he told me by word of mouth, but there were others he could not bring himself to speak about at all. Even the 2 he mentioned do not appear in his written account. His hesitation is not easy to explain, unless it be that language collapsed in the attempt to describe occurrences so remote from common experience. This may be so, although he grappled not unsuccessfully with the rest of the amazing adventure. At any rate, I could never coax from him more than the confession that there were other things that had brought him hints. Then came a laugh, a shrug of the shoulders, an expression of confused bewilderment in eyes and manner, and silence. The two he spoke of I report as best I can. On the roof of that London apartment house, where so many of our talks took place beneath the stars, and to the tune of bustling modern traffic, he told them to me. Both were consistent with his theory that he was becoming daily more active in some outlying portion of his personality, knowing experiences in a region of extended consciousness stimulated so powerfully by his strange new friend. Both, moreover, brought him one and the same conviction that he was no longer alone. For some days past he had realized this. More than his peasant guide accompanied him. He was both companioned and observed. "A dozen times," he said, "I thought I saw him. A dozen times I was mistaken. But my mind looked for him. I knew that he was somewhere close." He compared the feeling to that common experience of the streets when a friend, not known to be near, or even expected, comes abruptly into the thoughts, so that numberless individuals may trick the sight with his appearance before he himself comes suddenly down the pavement. His approach has reached the mind before his mere body turns the corner. "Something in me was aware of his approach," he added, "as though his being were sending out feelers in advance to find me. They reached me first, I think." He hesitated briefly, hunting for a more accurate term he could not find. "In dream." "You dreamed that he was coming, then?" "It came first in a dream," he answered, "only when I woke the dream did not fade. It passed over into waking consciousness, so that I could hardly tell where the threshold lay between the two. And, meanwhile, I was always expecting to see him at every turn of the trail, almost, a little higher up the mountain, behind a rock, or standing beside a tree, just as in the end I actually did see him. Long before he emerged in this way, he had been close about me, guiding, waiting, watching." He told it as a true thing he did not quite expect me to believe. Yet, in a sense, his sense, I could and did believe it. It was so wholly consistent with the tenor of his adventure and the condition of abnormal receptivity of mind. For his stretched consciousness was in a state of white sensitiveness, whereon the tenderest mental force of another's thought might well record its signature. Acutely impressionable he was all over. Physical distance was as of little, or even less, account to such forces as it is to electricity. But it was more than the Russian who was close. He added quietly, with one of those sentences that startled me into keen attention. He was there, with others, of his kind. And then, hardly pausing to take breath, he plunged, as his manner was, full tilt into the details of this first experience that thrilled my hedging soul with an astonishing power of conviction. As always, when his heart was in the words, the scenery about us faded, and I lived the adventure with him. The cowled and hooded chimneys turned to trees. The stretch of dim, starlit London Park became a deep Caucasian vale. The thunder of the traffic was the roaring of the snow-fed torrents. The very perfume of strange flowers floated in the air. They had been in their blankets, he and his peasant guide, for hours, and a moon approaching the full still concealed all signs of dawn. When he woke out of a deep sleep, with the odd sensation that it was only a part of him that woke. One portion of him was in the body, while another portion was elsewhere, manifesting with ease and freedom in some state or region whither he had travelled in his sleep, where, moreover, he had not been alone. And close about him in the trees was movement. Yes, through and between the scattered trunks he saw it still. With eyes a little dazed, The active portion of his brain perceived this processing movement passing to and fro across the glades of moonlight beneath the steady trees, for there was no wind. The shadows of the branches did not stir. He saw swift running shapes, vigorous yet silent, hurrying across the network of splashed silver and pools of black in some kind of organized movement that was circular and seemed not due to chance. Arranged, it seemed, and ordered, like the regulated revolutions of a set and whirling measure. Perhaps 20 feet from where he lay was the outer fringe of what he discerned to be this fragment of some grand gambling dance or frolic, yet discerned but dimly, for the darkness combined with his uncertain vision to obscure it. And the shapes, as they sped across the silvery patchwork of the moon, seemed curiously familiar. Beyond question, he recognized and knew them, for they were akin to those shadowy emanations seen weeks ago upon the steamer's afterdeck, to that messenger who climbed from out the sea and sky, and to that form the spirit of the boy assumed, set free in death. They were the flying outlines of wind and cloud he had so often glimpsed in vision, racing over the long, bare, open hills, at last come near. In the moment of first waking, when he saw them clearest, he declares with emphasis that he knew the father and the boy were among them. Not so much that he saw them, actually, for recognition, but rather that he felt their rushing presences. For the first sensation on opening his eyes was the conviction that both had passed him close, had almost touched and called him. Afterwards, he searched in vain among the flying forms that swept in the swift succession of their leaping dance across the silvery pathways. While varying in size, all were so similar. His description of them is confused a little, for he admits that he could never properly focus them in steady sight. They slipped with a melting swiftness under the eye. The moment one seemed caught in vision, it passed on further, and the next was in its place. It was like following a running waveform on the sea. He says, moreover, that while erect and splendid, their backs and shoulders seemed prolonged in hugeness, as though they often crouched to spring. They seemed to paw the air, and that a faint, delicious sound, to which they kept obedient time and rhythm, held that same sweetness which had issued from the hills of Greece, blown down now among the trees from very far away. And when he says blown down among the trees, he qualifies this phrase as well, because at the same time it came to him that the sound also rose up from underneath the earth, as if the very surface of the ground ran shaking with a soft vibration of its own. Some marvelous dream it might have been, in which the forms, the movement, and the sound were all thrown up and outwards from the quivering surface of the earth itself. Yet, almost simultaneously with the first instant of waking, the body issued its call of warning. For while he gazed, and before time for the least reflection came, the Irishman experienced this dislocating conviction that he himself was taking part in the whirling gambol even while he lay and watched it, and that in this way the sense of division in his personality was explained. The fragment of himself within the brain watched some other more vital fragment, some projection of his consciousness, detached and separate, playing yonder with its kind beneath the moon. This sense of a divided self was not new to him, but never before had he known it so distinct and overwhelming. The definiteness of the division, as well as the importance and vitality of the separated portion, were arrestingly novel. It felt as though he were completely out, or to such a degree at least, that the fraction left behind with the brain was at first only just sufficient for him to recognize his body at all. Yonder with these others, he felt the wind of movement pass along his back. He saw the trees slip by, and knew the very contact of the ground between the leaps. His movements were natural and easy, light as air and fast as wind. They seemed automatic, impelled by something mighty that directed and contained them. He knew, too, the sensation that others pressed behind him and passed before, slipped in and out, and that through the whole wild urgency of it he yet could never make an error. More, he knew that these shifting forms had been close and dancing about him for a time not measurable merely by the hours of a single night, that in a sense they were always there, though he had but just discovered them. His earlier glimpses had been a very partial divination of a truth, immense and beautiful, that now dawned quite gorgeously upon him, all complete. The whole world danced. The universe was rhythmical as well as metrical. For this amazing splendor showed itself in a flash-like revelation to the freed portion of his consciousness, and he knew it irresistibly because he himself shared it. Here was an infinite joy, naked and unashamed, born of the mighty mother's heart and life, a joy which, in its feebler, lesser manifestations, trickles down into human conditions, though still spontaneously even then, so pure its primal urgency, as dancing. The entire experience, the entire revelation, he thinks, can have occupied but a fraction of a second, but it seemed to smite the whole of his being at once with the conviction of a supreme authority. And close behind it came, too, that other sister expression of a spontaneous and natural expression, equally rhythmical, the impulse to sing. He could have sung aloud, for this puissant and mysterious rhythm, to which all moved, was greater than any little measure of their own. Surging through them, it came from outside and beyond, infinitely greater than themselves, springing from something of which they were, nevertheless, a living portion. From the body of the earth it came direct. It was, in fact, a manifestation of her own vibrating life. The currents of the earth pulsed through them. And then, he says, I caught this flaming thought of wonder, though so much of it faded instantly upon my full awakening that I can only give you the merest suggestion of what it was. He stood up beside me as he said it, spreading his arms, as so often when he was excited, to the sky. I caught the glow of his eyes, and in his voice was passion. He spoke unquestionably of something he had intimately known, not as men speak of even the vividest dreams, but of realities that have burned the heart and left their trails of glory. Science has guessed some inkling of the truth, he cried, when it declares that the ultimate molecules of matter are in constant vibratory movement one about another, even upon the point of a needle. But I knew, rather, as if I had always known it, sweet as summer rain, and close in me as love, that the whole earth with all her myriad expressions of life moved to this primal rhythm as of some divine dancing. Dancing? I asked, puzzled. Rhythmical movement, call it then, he replied. To share the life of the earth is to dance and sing in a huge abundant joy. And the nearer to her great heart, the more natural and spontaneous the impulse, the instinctive dancing of primitive races, of savages and children still artless and untamed, the gambolling of animals, of rabbits in the meadows and of deer unwatched in forest clearings. You know naturalists have sometimes seen it, of birds in the air, rooks, gulls, and swallows, of the life within the sea, even of gnats in the haze of summer afternoons. All life simple enough to touch and share the enormous happiness of her deep, streaming, personal being, dances instinctively for very joy, obedient to a greater measure than they know. The natural movement of the great earth soul is rhythmical. The very winds, the swaying of trees and flowers and grasses, the movement of the sea, of water running through the fields with silver feet, of the clouds and edges of the mist, even the trembling of the earthquakes, all respond in sympathetic motions to this huge vibratory movement of her great central pulse. Aye, and the mountains too, though so vastly scaled their measure that perhaps we only know the pauses in between and think them motionless. The mountains rise and fall and change. Our very breathing, first sign of stirring life, even the circulation of our blood, bring testimony. Our speech as well, inspired words are ever rhythmical language that pours into the poet's mind from something greater than himself, and not unwisely, but in obedience to a deep instinctive knowledge, was dancing once, in earlier simpler days, a form of worship. You know, at least, how rhythm and music and ceremonial uplifts and cleans and simplifies the heart toward the greater life. You know, perhaps, the dance of Jesus. The words poured forth from him with passion, yet always uttered gently with a smile of joy upon the face. I saw his figure standing over me, outlined against the starry sky, and deeply stirred, I listened with delight and wonder. Rhythm surely lies behind all expressions of life. He was on the heels of some simple, dazzling verity, though he phrased it wildly. But not a tenth part of all he said could I recapture afterwards for writing down. The steady, gentle swaying of his body I remember clearly, and that somewhere or other in the stream of language he made apt reference to the rhythmical swaying of those who speak in trance, or know some strange, possessing gust of inspiration. The first and natural expression of the earth's vitality lies in a dancing movement of purest joy and happiness. That, for me, is the gist of what remains. Those near enough to nature feel it. I myself remembered days in spring. My thoughts, borne upon some sweet emotion, travelled far. And not of the earth alone, he interrupted my dreaming in a voice like singing, but of the entire universe. The spheres and constellations weave across the fields of ether the immense old rhythm of their divine, eternal dance. Then, with a disconcerting abruptness, and a strange little wayward laugh as of apology for having let himself so freely go, he sat down beside me with his back against the chimney-stack. He resumed more quietly the account of this particular adventure that lay twixt dream and waking. All that he described had happened in a few seconds. It flashed, complete, authoritative and vivid, then passed away. He knew again the call and warning of his body to return. For this consciousness of being in two places at once, divided as it were against himself, brought with it the necessity for decision. With which portion should he identify himself? By an act of will, it seemed, a choice was possible. And with it, then, came the knowledge that to remain out was easier than to return. This time, to come back into himself would be difficult. The very possibility seemed to provide the shock of energy necessary for overcoming it. The experience alarmed him. It was like holding an option upon living, like a foretaste of death. Automatically, as it were, these loosened forces in him answered to the body's summons. The result was immediate and singular. One of these dancing outlines separated itself from the main herd, approached with a sudden, silent rush, enveloped him for a second of darkness and confusion, losing its shape completely on the way, and then merged into his being as smoke slips in and merges with the structure of a tree. The projected portion of his personality had returned. The sense of division was gone. There remained behind only the little terror of the weak flesh whose summons had thus brought it back. The same instant he was fully awake, the night about him empty of all but the silver dreaming of the moon among the shadows. Beside him lay the sleeping figure of his companion, the bashlik of lamb's wool drawn closely down about the ears and neck, and the voluminous black burka shrouded him from feet to shoulders. A little distance away the horse stood, munching grass. Again he noted that there was no wind, and the shadows of the trees lay motionless upon the ground. The air smelled sweet of forest, soil, and dew. The experience, it seemed now, belonged to dreaming rather than to waking consciousness, for there was nothing about him to confirm it outwardly. Only the memory remained, that and a vast, deep-coursing, subtle happiness. The small terror that he felt was of the flesh alone, for the flesh ever instinctively fought against such separation. The happiness, though, contained and overwhelmed the fear. Yes, only the memory remained, and even that fast fading. But the substance of what had been passed into his inmost being. The splendor of that would remain forever, incorporated with his life. He had shared in this brief moment of extended consciousness some measure of the Mother's cosmic being, simple as sunshine, unrestrained as wind, complete and satisfying. Its natural expression was rhythmical, a deep, pure joy that drove outwards even into little human conditions as dancing and singing. He had known it, too, with companions of his kind. Moreover, though no longer visible or audible, it still continued somewhere close. He was blessedly companioned all the time, and watched. They knew him one of themselves, these brother expressions of her cosmic life, these Urvelt beings that today had no external bodily forms. They waited, knowing well that he would come. Fulfillment beckoned surely just beyond. Chapter 29. This, then, was one of the hints by which O'Malley knew that he was not alone, and that the mind of his companion was stretched out to find him. He became aware after it of a distinct guidance, even of direction as to his route of travel. The impulse came, as one says, to turn northward, and he obeyed it without more ado. For this dream had come to him when camped upon the slopes of Ararat, further south toward the Turkish frontier, and though all prepared to climb the 16,000-foot summit, he changed his plans, dismissed the local guide, and turned back for Tiflis and the Central Range. In the wilder, lonelier mountains, he felt strongly, was where he ought to be. Another man, of course, would have dismissed the dream or forgotten it while cooking his morning coffee, but, rightly or wrongly, this divining Celt accepted it as real. He held an instinctive belief that in dreams of a certain order, the forces that drive behind the soul at a given moment may reveal themselves to the subconscious self, becoming authoritative in proportion as they are sanely encouraged and interpreted. They dramatize themselves in scenes that are open to intuitive interpretation, and O'Malley, it seems, possessed, like the Hebrew prophets of old, just that measure of judgment and divination which go to the making of a true, clear vision. Packing up kit and dunnage, he crossed the Georgian military route on foot to Vladikavkaz, and thence, with another horse and a Mohammedan Georgian as guide, Rostam by name, journeyed via Alagir and Oni up a side mountain of unforgettable splendor, toward an Amerthian hamlet where they meant to lay in supplies for a prolonged expedition into the uninhabited wilderness. And here the second occurrence he told me of took place. It was more direct than the first, yet equally strange. Also, it brought a similar authority, coming first along the deep, mysterious underpaths of sleep. Sleep, that shortcut into the subconscious. They were camped among low boxwood trees, a hot, dry night, wind soft and stars very brilliant, when the Irishman turned in his sleeping bag and abruptly woke. This time there was no dream, only the certainty that something had awakened him deliberately. He sat up, almost with a cry. It was exactly as though he heard himself called by name, and recognized the voice that spoke it. He looked quickly round. Nothing but the crowding army of the box trees was visible, some bushy and round, others straggling in their outline, all whispering gently together in the night. Beyond ran the immense slopes, and far overhead he saw the gleaming snow on peaks that brushed the stars. No one was visible. This time no flying figures danced beneath the moon. There was, indeed, no moon. Something, however, he knew had come up close and touched him, calling him from the depths of a profound and tired slumber. It had withdrawn again, vanished into the night. The strong certainty remained, though, that it lingered near about him still, trying to press forwards and outwards into some kind of objective, visible expression that included himself. He had responded with an effort in his sleep, but the effort had been unsuccessful. He had merely waked and lost it. The horse, tethered a few feet away, was astir and troubled, straining at the rope, whinnying faintly, and Rostam, the Georgian peasant, he saw, was already up to quiet it. A curious perfume passed him through the air, once, then vanished. Unforgettable, however, for he had known it already weeks ago upon the steamer, and before the gardened woods about him smothered it with their richer smells of a million flowers and weeds, he recognized in it that peculiar, pungent whiff of horse that had reached him from the haunted cabin. This time it was less fleeting, a fine, clean odor that he liked even while it strangely troubled him. Kicking out of his blankets, he joined the man and helped to straighten out the tangled rope. Rostam spoke little Russian, and O'Malley's knowledge of Georgian lay in a single phrase, "Look sharp." But with the aid of French the man had learned from shooting parties, he gathered that someone had approached during the night and camped, it seemed, not far away above them. Though unusual enough in so unfrequented a region, this was not necessarily alarming, and the first proof O'Malley had that the man experienced no ordinary physical fear was the fact that he had left both knife and rifle in his blankets. Hitherto, at the least sign of danger, he changed into a perfect arsenal. He invariably slept in his weapons, but now, even in the darkness, the other noted that he was unarmed, and therefore it was no attempt at horse-stealing or of assault upon themselves he feared. "Who is it? What is it?" he asked, stumbling over the tangle of string-like roots that netted the ground. "Natives, travelers like ourselves, or something else?" He spoke very low, as though aware that what had waked him still hovered close enough to overhear. "Why do you fear?" And Rostam looked up a moment from stooping over the rope. He stepped a little nearer, avoiding the animal's hoofs. In a confused whisper of French and Russian, making at the same time the protective signs of his religion, he muttered a sentence of which the other caught little more than the unassuring word that something was about them close, something méchant. This curious, significant word he used. The whispered utterance, the manner that went with it, surely the dark and lonely setting of the little scene as well, served to convey the full suggestion of the adjective with a force the man himself could scarcely have intended. Something had passed by, not so much evil, wicked, or malign, as strange and alien, uncanny. Rostam, a man utterly careless of physical danger, rising to it, rather, with delight, was frightened in his soul. "What do you mean?" O'Malley asked louder, with an air of impatience assumed. The man was on his knees, but whether praying or merely struggling with the rope was hard to see. "What is it you're talking about so foolishly?" He spoke with a confidence he hardly felt himself. And the involved reply, spoken with lips against the earth, the head but slightly turned as he knelt, again smothered the words. Only the curious phrase came to him. "De l'ancien monde. Quelque chose." The Irishman took him by the shoulders, not meaning actually to shake him. He yet must have used some violence, for the fact was that he did not like the answers, and sought to deny some strong emotion in himself. The man stood up abruptly, with a kind of sudden spring. The expression of his face was not easily divined in the darkness, but a gleam of the eyes was clearly visible. It may have been anger, it may have been terror. Vivid excitement it certainly was. "Something old as the stones, old as the stones," he whispered, thrusting his dark-bearded face unpleasantly close. "Such things are in these mountains. Mais oui, c'est moi qui vous l'a dit. Old as stones, I tell you, and sometimes they come out close, with sudden wind, we know." He stepped back again sharply and dropped upon his knees, bowing to the ground with flattened palms. He made a repelling gesture, as though it was O'Malley's presence that brought the experience. "And to see them is to die," he heard muttered against the ground thickly. "To see them is to die." The Irishman went back to his sleeping bag. Some strange passion of the man was deeply stirred. He did not wish to offend his violent beliefs and turn it against himself in a stupid, scrambling fight. He lay and waited. He heard the muttering of the deep voice behind him in the darkness. Presently it ceased. Rostam came softly back to bed. "He knows! He warned me!" he whispered, jerking one hand toward the horse significantly. As they at length lay again side by side in their blankets, and the stars shone down upon them from a deep black sky, "But for the moment they have passed, not finding us. No wind has come." "Another horse?" asked O'Malley suggestively, with a sympathy meant to quiet him. But the peasant shook his head, and this time it was not difficult to divine the expression on his face even in the darkness. At the same moment the tethered animal again uttered a long whinnying cry, plaintive, yet of pleasure rather than alarm, it seemed, which instantly brought the man again with a leap from the blankets to his knees. O'Malley did not go to help him. He stuffed the clothes against his ears and waited. He did not wish to hear the peasant's sentences. And this pantomime went on at intervals for an hour or more, when at length the horse grew quiet, and O'Malley snatched moments of unrefreshing sleep. The night lay thick about them, with a silence like the silence of the sky. The boxwood bushes ran together into a single sheet of black. The far peaks faded out of sight. The air grew keen and sharp toward the dawn on the wave of wind the sunrise drives before it round the world. But to and fro across the Irishman's mind, as he lay between sleep and dozing, ran the feeling that his friends were close, and that those dancing forms of cosmic life, to which all three approximated, had come near once more to summon him. He also knew that what the horse had felt was something far from terror. The animal instinctively had divined the presence of something to which it, too, was remotely kin. Rostam, however, remained keenly on the alert, much of the time apparently praying. Not once did he touch the weapons that lay ready to hand upon the folded burka, and when at last the dawn came, pale and yellow, through the trees, showing the outlines of the individual box and azalea bushes, he got up earlier than usual and began to make the fire for coffee. In the fuller light, which soon poured swiftly over the eastern summits and dropped gold and silver into the tremendous valley at their feet, the men made a systematic search of the immediate surroundings, and then of the clearings and more open stretches beyond. In silence they made it. They found, however, no traces of another camping party, and it was clear from the way they went about the search that neither expected to find anything. The ground was unbroken, the bushes undisturbed. Yet still both knew that something which the night had brought and kept concealed still hovered close about them. And it was at this scattered hamlet, consisting of little more than a farm of sorts and a few shepherds' huts of stone, where they stopped 2 hours later for provisions, that O'Malley looked up thus suddenly and recognized the figure of his friend. He stood among the trees 100 yards away. At first the other thought he was a tree, his stalwart form the stem, his hair and beard the branches. So big and motionless he stood between the other trunks. O'Malley saw him for a full minute before he understood. The man seemed so absolutely a part of the landscape, a giant detail in keeping with the rest, a detail that had suddenly emerged. The same moment a great draught of wind, rising from depths of the valley below, swept overhead with a roaring sound, shaking the beech and box trees, and setting all the golden azalea heads in a sudden agitation. It passed as swiftly as it came. The peace of the June morning again descended on the mountains. It was broken by a wild, half-smothered cry, a cry of genuine terror. For O'Malley had turned to Rostam with some word that here, in this figure, lay the explanation of the animal's excitement in the night, when he saw that the peasant, white as chalk beneath the tangle of black hair that covered his face, had stopped dead in his tracks. His mouth was open, his arms upraised to shield. He was staring fixedly in the same direction as himself. The next instant he was on his knees, bowing and scraping toward Mecca, groaning, hiding his eyes with both hands. The sack he held had toppled over, the cheese and flour rolled upon the ground, and from the horse came that long-drawn whinnying of the night. There was a momentary impression, entirely in the Irishman's mind, of course, that the whole landscape veiled a giant rushing movement that passed across it like a wave. The surface of the earth, it seemed, ran softly quivering, as though that wind had stirred response together with the trembling of the million leaves, before it settled back again into stillness. It passed in the flash of an eyelid. The earth lay tranquil in repose. But though the suddenness of the stranger's arrival might conceivably have startled the ignorant peasant, with nerves already overwrought from the occurrence of the night, O'Malley was not prepared for the violence of the man's terror as shown by the immediate sequel. For after several moments' prayer and prostration, with groans half smothered against the very ground, he sprang impetuously to his feet again, turned to his employer with eyes that gleamed wildly in that face of chalk, cried out, the voice thick with the confusion of his fear, "It is the wind! They come! From the mountains they come! Older than the stones they are! Save yourself! Hide your eyes! Fly!" And was gone. Like a deer he went. He waited neither for food nor payment, but flung the great black burka round his face and ran. And to O'Malley, bereft of all power of movement as he watched in complete bewilderment, one thing seemed clear. The man went in this extraordinary fashion because he was afraid of something he had felt, not seen. For as he ran with wild and leaping strides, he did not run away from the figure. He took the direction straight toward the spot where the stranger still stood motionless as a tree. So close he passed him that he must almost have brushed his very shoulder. He did not see him. The last thing the Irishman noted was that in his violence the man had dropped the yellow bashlik from his head. O'Malley saw him stoop with a flying rush to pick it up. He seemed to catch it as it fell. And then the big figure moved. He came slowly forward from among the trees, his hands outstretched in greeting. On his great visage a shining smile of welcome that seemed to share the sunrise. In that moment, for the Irishman, all was forgotten as though unknown, unseen, save the feelings of extraordinary happiness that filled him to the brim. Chapter 30. To criticize, deny, perhaps to sneer, is no very difficult or uncommon function of the mind, and the story, as I first heard him tell it, lying there in the grass beyond the Serpentine that summer evening, roused in me, I must confess, all of these very ordinary faculties. Yet, as I listened to his voice that mingled with the rustle of the poplars overhead, and watched his eager face and gestures, it came to me dimly that a man's mistakes may be due to his attempting bigger things than his little critic ever dreamed, perhaps. And gradually I shared the vision that this unrhyming poet by my side had somehow lived out in action. Inner experience for him was ever the reality, not the mere forms or deeds that clothe it in partial physical expression. There was no question, of course, that he had actually met this big, inarticulate Russian on the steamer, that Stahl's part in the account was unvarnished, that the boy had fallen on the deck from heart disease, and that, after an interval, chance had brought O'Malley and the father together again in this valley of the Central Caucasus. All that was as literal as the superstitious terror of the Georgian peasant. Further, that the Russian possessed precisely those qualities of powerful sympathy with the other's hidden longings, which the subtle-minded Celt had been so quick to appropriate. This, too, was literal enough. Here, doubtless, was the springboard whence he leaped into the stream of this quasi-spiritual adventure with an eagerness of fine, whole-hearted belief which must make this dull world a very wonderful place indeed to those who know it. For it is the visioned faculty of correlating the commonest event with the procession of august powers that pass ever to and fro behind life's swaying curtain, and of divining in the most ordinary of yellow buttercups the golden fires of a dropped star. Again, for Terence O'Malley, there seemed no definite line that marked off one state of consciousness from another, just as there seems no given instant when a man passes actually from sleep to waking, from pleasure to pain, from joy to grief. There is, indeed, no fixed threshold between the states of normal and abnormal consciousness. In this stranger, he imagined a sense of companionship that, by some magic of alchemy, transformed his deep loneliness into joy, and satisfied his passionate yearnings by bringing their subjective fulfillment within range. To have found acceptance in his sight was thus a revolutionary fact in his existence. While a part of my mind may have labeled it all as creative imagination, another part recognized it as plainly true, because his being lived it out without the least denial. He, at any rate, was not inventing, nor ever knew an instant's doubt. He simply told me what had happened. The discrepancies, the omissions in his written account especially, were simply due, I feel, to the fact that his skill in words was not equal to the depth and brilliance of the emotions that he experienced. But the fact remains, he did experience them, his fairy tale convinced. His faith made him whole, one with the earth. The sense of disunion between his outer and his inner self was gone. And now, as these two began their journey together into the wilder region of these stupendous mountains, O'Malley says he realized clearly that the change he had dreaded as an inner catastrophe simply would mean the complete and final transfer of his consciousness from the without to the within. It would involve the loss only of what constituted him a person among the external activities of the world today. He would lose his life to find it. The deeper self thus quickened by the stranger must finally assert its authority over the rest. To join these Urvelt beings and share their eternal life of beauty close to the earth herself, he must shift the center. Only thus could he enter the state before the fall, that ancient garden of the world soul, walled in so close behind his daily life, and no deliverance from the discontent of modern conditions that so distressed him. To do this temporarily, perhaps, had long been possible to him, in dream, in reverie, in those imaginative trances when he almost seemed to leave his body altogether. But to achieve it permanently was something more than any such passing disablement of the normal self. It involved, he now saw clearly, that which he had already witnessed in the boy, the final release of his double in so-called death. Thus, as they made their way northwards, nominally toward the mighty Elbruz and the borders of Swanitia, the Irishman knew in his heart that they in reality came nearer to the garden long desired, and to those lofty gates of horn and ivory that hitherto he had never found, because he feared to let himself go. Often he had camped beneath the walls, had smelt the flowers, heard the songs, and even caught glimpses of the life that moved so gorgeously within. But the gates themselves had never shone for him, even against the sky of dream, because his vision had been clouded by alarm. They swung, it seemed to him before, in only one direction, for those who enter. He had always hesitated, lost his way, returned. And many, like him, make the same mistake. Once in, there need be no return, for in reality the walls spread outwards, and enclose the entire world. Civilization and humanity, the man of smaller vision had called out to him as passwords to safety. Simplicity and love, he now discovered, were the truer clues. His big friend in silence taught him. Now he knew. For in that little hamlet their meeting had taken place in silence. No actual speech had passed. "You go, so," the Russian conveyed by a look, and by a movement of his whole figure, indicating the direction. And to the Irishman's assenting inclination of the head, he made an answering gesture that merely signified compliance with a plan already known to both. "We go, together then." And there and then they started side by side. The suddenness of this concerted departure only seemed strange afterwards when O'Malley looked back upon it, for at the time it seemed as inevitable as being obliged to swim once the dive is taken. He stood upon a pinnacle whence the lesser details were invisible. He knew a kind of exaltation, a loftier vision. Small facts that ordinarily might fill the day with trouble sank below the horizon then. He did not even notice that they went without food, horse, or blankets. It was reckless, unrestrained, and utterly unhindered, this free setting forth together. Thus might he have gone upon a journey with the wind, the sunshine, or the rain. Departure with a thought, a dream, a fancy could not have been less unhampered. The only detail of his outer world that lingered, and that already sinking out of sight like a stone into deep water, was the image of the running peasant. For a moment he recalled the picture. He saw the man in the act of stooping after the fallen bashlik. He saw him seize it, lift it to his head again. But the picture was small, already very far away. Before the bashlik actually reached the head, the detail dipped into the mist and vanished. Chapter 31. It was spring, and the flutes of Pan played everywhere. The radiance of the world's first morning shone undimmed. Life flowed and sang and danced, abundant and untamed. It bathed in the mountains, and that sky of stainless blue. It bathed him too. Dipped, washed, and shining in it, he walked the earth as she lay radiant in her early youth. The crystal presence of her everlasting spring flew laughing through a world of light and flowers, flowers that none could ever pluck to die, light that could never fade to darkness within walls and roofs. All day they wound easily, as though on winged feet, through the steep belt of box and beechwoods, and in sparkling brilliant heat across open spaces where the azaleas shone. A cooling wind, fresh as the dawn, seemed ever to urge them forwards. The country, for all its huge scale and wildness, was park-like. The giant, bushy trees wore an air of being tended by the big winds that ran with rustling music among their waving foliage. Between the rhododendrons were avenues of turf, broad-gladed pathways, yet older than the moon, from which 1,000 gardeners of wind and dew had gone but a moment before to care for others further on. Over all brimmed up some primal old-world beauty of a simple life, some immemorial soft glory of the dawn. Closer and closer, deeper and deeper, ever swifter, ever more direct, O'Malley passed down toward the heart of his mother's being. Along the tenderest pathways of his inner being, so wee, so soft, so simple, that for most men they lie ignored or overgrown, he slipped with joy a little nearer, one stage perhaps, toward reality. Pan blew in power across these Caucasian heights and valleys. Sweet, 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 O Pan, piercing sweet by the river, blinding sweet, O great God Pan, the sun on the hill forgot to die, and the lilies revived, and the dragon-fly came back to dream on the river. In front his big leader, no longer blundering clumsily as on that toy steamer with the awkward and lesser motion known to men, pressed forward with a kind of giant shore supremacy along paths he knew, or rather over a trackless, pathless world, which the great planet had charted lovingly for his splendid feet. That wind, blowing from the depths of valleys left long since behind, accompanied them wisely. They heard not the faint horns of Elfland faintly blowing, but the blasts of the Urvelt trumpets growing out of the still distance, nearer, ever nearer. For leagues below, the beech woods poured over the enormous slopes in a sea of soft green foam, and through the meadow spaces they saw the sweet nakedness of running water, and listened to its song. At noon they rested in the greater heat, sleeping beneath the shadow of big rocks, and sometimes traveled late into the night, when the stars guided them and they knew the pointing of the winds. The very moonlight, then, that washed this lonely world with silver, sheeting the heights of snow beyond, was friendly, half divine, and it seemed to O'Malley that while they slept they were watched and cared for, as though others who awaited had already come halfway out to meet them. And ever more and more the passion of his happiness increased. He knew himself complete, fulfilled, made whole. It was as though his self was passing outwards into hundreds of thousands, and becoming countless as the sand. He was everywhere, in everything, shining, singing, dancing. With the ancient woods he breathed, slipped with the streams down the still darkened valleys, called from each towering summit to the sun, and flew with all the winds across the immense untrodden slopes. About him lay this whole-spread being of the flowered Caucasus, huge and quiet, drinking in the sunshine at its leisure. But it lay also within himself, for his expanding consciousness included and contained it. Through it, this early, potent mood of nature, he passed toward the soul of the earth within, even as a child, caught by a mood of winning tenderness in its mother, passes closer to the heart that gave it birth. Some central love enwrapped him. He knew the surrounding power of everlasting arms. Chapter 32. The account of what followed simply swept me into fairyland, yet a fairyland that is true because it lives in every imaginative heart that does not dream itself shut off from the universe in some wee compartment all alone. If O'Malley's written account, and especially his tumbled notebooks, left me bewildered and confused, the fragments that he told me brought this sense of an immense sweet picture that actually existed. I caught small scenes of it, set in some wild high light. Their very incoherence conveyed the gorgeous splendor of the whole better than any neat ordered sequence could possibly have done. Climax, in the storybook meaning, there was none. The thing flowed round and round forever. A sense of something eternal wrapped me as I listened, for his imagination set the whole adventure out of time and space, and I caught myself dreaming too. 1,000 years in his sight, I understood the old words as refreshingly new, might be a day. Thus felt that monk, perhaps, for whose heart 100 years had passed while he listened to the singing of a little bird. My practical questions, it was only at the beginning that I was dull enough to ask them, he did not satisfy because he could not. There was never the least suggestion of the artist's mere invention. "You really felt the earth about and in you," I asked, "much as one feels the presence of a friend and a living person." "Drowned in her, yes, as in the thoughts and atmosphere of someone awfully loved." His voice a little trembled as he said it. "So speech unnecessary." "Impossible, fatal," was the laconic, comprehensive reply, limiting, destructive even. That at least I grasped. The pitifulness of words before that love by which self goes wholly lost in the being of another, adrift yet cared for, gathered all wonderfully in. "And your Russian friend, your leader?" I ventured haltingly. His reply was curiously illuminating. Like some great guiding thought within her mind, some flaming motif, interpreting her love and splendor, leading me straight. As you felt at Marseilles, a clue, a vital clue. For I remembered the singular phrase he had used in the notebook. Not a bad word, he laughed. Certainly, as far as it goes, not a wrong one. For it, was at the same time within myself. We merged as our life grew and spread. We swept things along with us from the banks. We were in flood together, he cried. We drew the landscape with us. The last words baffled me. I found no immediate response. He pushed away the plates on the table before us, where we had been lunching in the back room of a dingy Soho restaurant. We now had the place to ourselves. He drew his chair a little nearer. Don't ye see, our journey also was within, he added abruptly. The pale London sunlight came through the window across chimneys, dreary roofs, courtyards. Yet where it touched his face, it seemed at once to shine. His voice was warm and eager. I caught from him, as it were, both heat and light. You moved, actually, though, over country. While at the same time we moved within, advanced, sank deeper, he returned. Call it what you will. Our condition moved. There was this correspondence between the two. Over her face we walked, yet into her as well. We traveled with one greater than ourselves, both caught and merged in her, in utter sympathy with one another as with herself. This stopped me dead. I could not pretend more than a vague sympathetic understanding with such descriptions of a mystical experience. Nor, it was clear, did he expect it of me. Even his own heart was troubled, and he knew he spoke of things that only few may deal with sanely, still fewer hear with patience. But, oh, that little room in Greek Street smelt of forests, dew and dawn as he told it. That dear wayward child of earth. For his voice fell like music that makes giddy the dim brain faint with intoxication of keen joy. I watched those delicate hands he spread about him through the air, the tender, sensitive lips, the light blue eyes that glowed. I noted the real strength in the face, a sort of nobility it was. His shabby suit of grey, his tie never caught properly in the collar, the frayed cuffs, and the enormous boots he wore even in London. Policeman boots, as we used to call them, with a laugh. So vivid was the picture that he painted. Almost, it seemed, I knew myself the pulse of that eternal spring beneath our feet, beating in vain against the suffocating weight of London's bricks and pavements laid by civilization, the earth's delight striving to push outwards into visible form as flowers. She flashed some scrap of meaning thus into me, though blunted on the way, I fear, and crudely paraphrased. Yes, as he talked across the airless gloom of that little back room, in some small way I caught the splendor of his vision. Behind the words I caught it here and there, my own wee world extended, my being stretched to understand him and to net in fugitive fragments the scenes of wonder that he knew complete. Perhaps his larger consciousness fringed my own to bruise it, as he claimed the earth had done to him, so that I glimpsed in tinier measure an experience that in himself blazed whole and thundering. It was, I must admit, exalting and invigorating, if a little breathless, and the return to streets and omnibuses painful, a descent to ugliness and disappointment. For things I can hardly understand now, even in my own descriptions of them, seemed at the time quite clear, or clearish at any rate, whereas normally I could never have compassed them at all. It taught me that, at least, I know. In some spiritual way I quickened to the view that all great teaching really comes in some such curious fashion, via a temporary stretching or extension of the heart to receive it. The little normal self is pushed aside to make room, even to the point of loss, in order to contain it. Later, the consciousness contracts again, but it has expanded and there has been growth. Was this, I wonder, perhaps what mystics speak of when they say the personal life must slip aside, be trampled on, submerged, before there can be room for the divine presences? At any rate, as he talked there over coffee that grew cold and cigarette smoke that made the air yet thicker than it naturally was, his words conveyed, with almost grandeur of conviction, this reality of a profound inner experience. I shared in some faint way its truth and beauty, so that when I saw it in his written form, I marveled to find the thing so thin and cold and dwindled. The key his personal presence supplied, of guidance and interpretation, of course, was gone. Chapter 33. The Russian led. O'Malley styled him thus to the end, for want of a larger word, perhaps, a word to phrase the inner and the outer. Although the mountains were devoid of trails, he seemed always certain of his way. An absolute sense of orientation possessed him, or rather, the whole earth became a single pathway. Her being, in and about their hearts, concealed no secrets. He knew the fresh, cool water springs as surely as the corners where the wild honey gathered. It seemed as natural that the bees should leave them unmolested, giving them freely of their store, as that the savage dogs in the ayuls or villages they passed so rarely now should refrain from attack. Even the peasants shared with them some common, splendid life. Occasionally they passed in a session on horseback, a rifle swung across his saddle, a covering burka draping his shoulders, and the animal's haunches in a single form that seemed a very outgrowth of the mountains. But not even a greeting was exchanged. They passed in silence, often very close, as though they did not see these two on foot. And once or twice the horses reared and whinnied, while the riders made the signs of their religion. Sentries, they seemed. But for the password known to both, they would have stopped the travelers. In these forsaken fastnesses, mere unprotected wandering means death. Yet to the happy Irishman there never came a thought of danger or alarm. All was a portion of himself, and no man can be afraid of his own hands or feet. Their convoy was immense, invisible, a guaranteed security of the vast earth herself. No little personal injury could pass so huge defense. Others, armed with the lesser security of knives and guns and guides, would assuredly have been turned back, or had they shown resistance, would never have been heard to tell the tale. Dr. Stahl and the fur merchant, for instance. But such bothering little thoughts with their hard edges no longer touched reality. They spun away and found no lodgment. They were untrue, false items of some lesser world unrealized. For, in proportion as he fixed his thoughts successfully on outward and physical things, the world wherein he now walked grew dim. He missed the path, stumbled, saw trees and flowers indistinctly, failed to hear properly the call of birds and wind, to feel the touch of sun, and, most unwelcome of all, was aware that his leader left him, dwindling in size, dropping away somehow among shadows, far behind or far ahead. The inversion was strangely complete. What men called solid, real, and permanent, he now knew as the veriest shadows of existence, fleeting, unsatisfactory, false. Their dreary make-believe had all his life oppressed him. He now knew why. Men, driving their forces outwards for external possessions, had lost the way so utterly. It truly was amazing. He no longer quite understood how such feverish strife was possible to intelligent beings. The fur merchant, the tourists, his London friends, the great majority of men and women he had known, pain in their hearts and weariness in their eyes, the sad, strained faces, the furious rush to catch a little pleasure they deemed joy. It seemed like some wild, senseless game that madness plays. He found it difficult to endow them, one and all, with any sense of life. He saw them groping in thick darkness, snatching with hands of shadow at things of even thinner shadow, all moving in a wild and frantic circle of artificial desires, while just beyond, absurdly close to many, blazed this great living sunshine of reality and peace and beauty. If only they would turn and look within. In fleeting moments, these sordid glimpses of that dark and shadow world still afflicted his outer sight, the nightmare he had left behind. It played like some gloomy memory through a corner of consciousness not yet wholly disentangled from it. Already he burned to share his story with the world. A few he saw who here and there half turned, touched by a flashing ray, then rushed away into the old blackness as though frightened, not daring to escape. False images thrown outward by the intellect prevented. Stahl he saw, groping, a soft light yearning in his eyes, a hand outstretched to push the shadows from him, yet ever gathering them instead. Men he saw by the million, youth still in their hearts, yet slaving in darkened trap-like cages, not merely to earn a competency, but to pile more gold for things not really wanted. Faces of greed round gambling tables, the pandemonium of exchanges, even fair women playing bridge, through all a summer afternoon, the strife and lust and passion for possessions degrading every heart, choking the channels of simplicity. Over the cities of the world he heard the demon civilization sing its song of terror and desolation. Its music of destruction shook the nations. He saw the millions dance, and mid the bewildering ugly thunder of that sound, few could catch the small sweet voice played by the earth upon the little pipes of Pan, the fluting call of nature to the simple life, which is the inner. For now, as he moved closer to the earth, deeper, ever deeper into the enfolding moods of her vast collective consciousness, he drew nearer to the reality that satisfies. He approached that center where outward activity is less, yet energy and vitality far greater, because it is at rest. Here he met things halfway, as it were, en route for the outer physical world where they would appear later as events, but not yet emerged, still alive and breaking with their undischarged and natural potencies. Modern life, he discerned, dealt only with these forces when they had emerged, masquerading at the outer rim of life as complete embodiments, whereas actually they are but partial and symbolical expressions of their eternal prototypes behind. And men today were busy at this periphery only, touch with the center lost, madly consumed with the unimportant details that concealed the inner glory. It was the spirit of the age to mistake the outer shell for the inner reality. He at last understood the reason of his starved loneliness amid the stupid uproar of latter-day life, why he distrusted civilization and stood apart. His yearnings were explained. His heart dwelt ever in the golden age of the earth's first youth, and at last he was coming home. Like mud settling in dirty water, the casual realities of that outer life all sank away. He grew clear within, one with the primitive splendor, beauty, grace of a fresh world. Over his inner self, flooding slowly the passages and cellars, those subterranean ways that honeycomb the dim-lit foundations of personality, this tide of power rose. Filling chamber after chamber, melting down walls and ceiling, eating away divisions softly and irresistibly, it climbed in silence, merging all moods and disunion of his separate selves into the single thing that made him comprehensible to himself and able to know the earth as mother. He saw himself whole, he knew himself divine. A strange tumult, as of some ecstasy of old remembrance, invaded him. He dropped back into a more spacious scale of time, long, long ago, when a month might be a moment, or 1,000 years pass round him as a single day. The qualities of all the earth lay, too, so easily contained within himself. He understood that old legend by which man, the microcosm, represents and sums up earth, the macrocosm, in himself, so that nature becomes the symbol and interpreter of his inner being. The strength and dignity of the trees he drew into himself. The power of the wind was his. With his unwearied feet ran all the sweet and facile swiftness of the rivulets, and in his thoughts the graciousness of flowers, the wavy softness of the grass, the peace of open spaces, and the calm of that vast sky. The murmur of the Urvelt was in his blood, and in his heart the exaltation of her golden mood of spring. How, then, could speech be possible, since both shared this common life? The communion with his friend and leader was too profound and perfect for any stammering utterance in the broken, partial symbols known as language. This was done for them, the singing of the birds, the wind voices, the rippling of water, the very humming of the myriad insects even, and rustling of the grass and leaves, shaped all they felt in some articulate expression that was right, complete, and adequate. The passion of the larks set all the sky to music, and songs far sweeter than the nightingale's made every dusk divine. He understood now that laborious utterance of his friend upon the steamer, and why his difficulty with words was more than he could overcome. Like a current in the sea, he still preserved identity, yet knew the freedom of a boundless being. And meanwhile the tide was ever rising. With this singular companion he neared that inner realization which should reveal them as they were, thoughts in the earth's old consciousness, too primitive, too far away, too vital and terrific to be confined in any outward physical expression of the civilized world today. The earth shone, glittered, sang, holding them close in the rhythm of her gigantic heart. Her glory was their own. In the blazing summer of the inner life they floated, happy, caught away, at peace, emanations of her living self. The valleys far below were filled with mist, cutting them off literally from the world of men, but the beauty of the upper mountains grew more and more bewilderingly enticing. The scale was so immense, while the brilliant clearness of the air brought distance close before the eyes, altered perspective, and robbed remote and near of any definite meaning. Space fled away. It shifted here and there at pleasure, according as they felt. It was within them, not without. They passed, dispersed and swift about the entire landscape, a very part of it, diffused in terms of light and air and color, scattered in radiance, distributed through flowers, spread through the sky and grass and forests. Space is a form of thought, but they no longer thought. They felt. Oh, that prodigious, clean, and simple feeling of the earth. Power that fills and blesses. Electric strength that kills the germ of separateness, making whole. The medicine of the world. For days and nights it was thus, or was it years and minutes, while they skirted the slopes and towers of the huge Dykh-Tau, and Elbrus, supreme and lonely in the heavens, beckoned solemnly. The snowy Koshtan-Tau rolled past, yet through them. Kazbek superbly thundered. Hosts of lesser summits sang in the dawn and whispered to the stars, and longing sank away, impossible. My boy, could you only have been with me? Broke his voice across the splendid dream, bringing me back to the choking dingy room I had forgotten. It was like a cry of passionate yearning. I'm with you now, I murmured, some similar rising joy half breaking in my breast. That's something. He sighed in answer. Something, perhaps. But I have got it always. It's all still part of me. Oh, that I could give it to the world and lift the ache of all humanity. His voice trembled. I saw the moisture of immense compassion in his eyes. I felt myself swim out into universal being. "Perhaps," I stammered half beneath my breath, "perhaps some day you may." He shook his head. His face turned very sad. How should they listen, much less understand? Their energies drive outwards, and separation is their god. There is no money in it. Chapter 34. Early in the afternoon, they left the bigger trees behind and passed into that more open country where the shoulders of the mountains were strewn with rhododendrons. These formed no continuous forest, but stood about in groups some 25 feet high, their rounded masses lighted on the surface with fires of mauve and pink and purple. When the wind stirred them, and the rattling of their stiff leaves was heard, it seemed as if the skin of the mountains trembled to shake out colored flames. The air turned radiant through a mist of running tints. Still climbing, they passed along broad glades of turfy grass between the groups. More rapidly now, O'Malley says, went forward that inner change of being which accompanied the progress of their outer selves. So intimate henceforth was this subtle correspondence that the very landscape took the semblance of their feelings. They moved as emanations of the landscape. Each melted in the other. Dividing lines all vanished. Their union with the earth approached this strange and sweet fulfillment. And so it was that, though at this height the vestiges of bird and animal life were wholly gone, there grew more and more strongly the sense that, in their further depths and shadows, these ancient bushes screened activities even more ancient than themselves. Life, only concealed because they had not reached its plane of being, pulsed everywhere about their pathway, immense in power, moving swiftly, very grand and very simple, and sometimes surging close, seeking to draw them in. More than once, as they moved through glade and clearing, the Irishman knew thrills of an intoxicating happiness, as this abundant, driving life brushed past him. It came so close, it glided before his eyes, yet still was viewless. It strode behind him and before, peered down through space upon him, lapped about him with the stir of mighty currents. The deep suction of its invitation caught his soul, urging the change within himself more quickly forward. Huge and delightful, he describes it, awful, yet bringing no alarm. He was always on the point of seeing. Surely the next turning would reveal. Beyond the next dense tangled group would come disclosure. Behind that clustered mass of purple blossoms, shaking there mysteriously in the wind, some half-veiled countenance of splendor watched and welcomed. Before his face passed swift deific figures, tall, erect, compelling, charged with this ancient golden life that could never wholly pass away. And only just beyond the fringe of vision already strained upon the edge, his consciousness stretched more and more to reach them, while they came crowding near to let him know inclusion. These projections of the earth's old consciousness moved thick and soft about them, eternal in their giant beauty. Soon he would know, perhaps, the very forms in which she had projected them, dear portions of her streaming life the earliest races half divined and worshipped, and never quite withdrawn. Worship could still entice them out. A single worshipper sufficed, for worship meant retreat into the heart where still they dwelt, and he had loved and worshipped all his life. And always within him, now at his side, or now a little in advance, his leader moved in power, with vigorous springing gestures like to dancing, singing that old tuneless song of the wind, happier even than himself. The splendor of the Urvelt closed about them. They drew nearer to the gates of that old garden, the first time ever knew, whose frontiers were not less than the horizons of the entire world. For this lost Eden of a golden age, when first God dawned on chaos, still shone within the soul as in those days of innocence before the fall, when men first separated themselves from their great mother. A little before sunset they halted, 100 yards above the rhododendron forest, in a clear wide space of turf that ran for leagues among gray boulders to the lips of the eternal snowfields. They waited. Through a gap of sky, with others but slightly lower than himself, the pyramid of Kazbek, grim and towering, stared down upon them, dreadfully close, though really miles away. At their feet yawned the profound valley they had climbed. Halfway into it, unable to reach the depths, the sun's last rays dropped shafts like rivers slanting. Already in soft troops, the shadows crept downwards from the eastern-facing summits overhead. Out of these very shadows, night drew swiftly down about the world, building with her masses of silvery architecture a barrier that rose to heaven. These two lay down beside it. Beyond it spread that shining garden, only the shadow barrier between. With the rising of the moon, this barrier softened marvelously, letting the starbeams in. It trembled like a line of wavering music in the wind of night. It settled downwards, shaking a little toward the ground, while just above them came a curving inwards like a bay of darkness, with overhead 2 stately towers, their outlines fringed with stars. "The gateway," whispered something through the mountains. It may have been the leader's voice. It may have been the Irishman's own leaping thought. It may have been merely a murmur from the rhododendron leaves below. It came sifting gently through the shadows. O'Malley knew. He followed his leader higher, just beneath this semblance of an old-world portal which time could neither fashion nor destroy. They lay upon the earth and waited. Beside them shone the world, dressed by the moon in silver. The wind stood still to watch. The peak of Kazbek, from his cloudy distance, listened too. For, floating upwards across the spaces, came a sound of simple, old-time piping, the fluting music of a little reed. It drew near, stopped for a moment as though the player watched them, then, with a plunging swiftness, passed off through starry distance up among the darker mountains. The lost, forsaken Asian valley covered them. Nowhere were they extraneous to it. They slept, and while they slept, they moved across the frontiers of fulfillment. The moon-blanched gate of horn and ivory swung open. The consciousness of the earth possessed them. They passed within. Chapter 35. Very slowly the dawn came. The sky blushed rose, trembled, flamed. A breath of wind stirred the vapors that far below sheeted the surface of the Black Sea. But it was still in that gentle twilight, before the actual color comes, that O'Malley found he was lying with his eyes wide open, watching the rhododendrons. He may have slept meanwhile, though sleep, he says, involving loss of consciousness, seemed no right description. A sense of interval there was at any rate, a transition blank, whatever that may mean. He phrased it in the writing. And, watching the rhododendron forest 100 yards below, he saw it move. Through the dim light this movement passed and ran, here, there, and everywhere. A curious soft sound accompanied it that made him remember the Bible phrase of wind going in the tops of the mulberry trees. Hushed, swift, elusive murmur, it passed about him through the dusk. He caught it next behind him, and, turning, noticed groups upon the slopes, groups that he had not seen the night before. These groups seemed also now to move. The isolated, scattered clusters came together, merged, ran to the parent forest below, or melted just beyond the line of vision above. The wind sprang up and rattled all the million leaves. That rattling filled the air, and with it came another, deeper sound, like to a sound of tramping that seemed to shake the earth. Confusion caught him then completely, for it was as if the mountainside awoke, rose up, and shook itself into a wild and multitudinous wave of life. At first he thought the wind had somehow torn the rhododendrons loose from their roots, and was strewing them with that tramping sound about the slopes. But the groups passed too swiftly over the turf for that, swept completely from their fastenings, while the tramping grew to a roaring, as of cries and voices. That roaring had the quality of the voice that reached him weeks ago across the Aegean Sea. A strange, keen odor, too, that was not wholly unfamiliar, moved upon the wind. And then he knew that what he had been watching all along were not rhododendrons at all, but living, splendid creatures. A host of others, moreover, large ones and small together, stood shadowy in the background, stamping their feet upon the turf, manes tossing in the early wind, in their entire mass awful, as in their individual outline somehow noble. The light spread upwards from the east. With a fire of terrible joy and wonder in his heart, O'Malley held his breath and stared. The luster of their glorious bodies, golden bronze in the sunlight, dazed the sight. He saw the splendor of 1,000 velvet flanks in movement, with here and there the uprising whiteness of a female outline that flashed and broke above the general mass like foam upon a great wave's crest. Figures of incomparable grace and power, the sovereign upright carriage, the rippling muscles upon massive limbs, and shoulders that held defiant strength and softness in exquisite combination. And then he heard huge murmurs of their voices that filled the dawn, aged by lost 1,000 years, and sonorous as the booming of the sea. A cry that was like singing escaped him. He saw them rise and sweep away. There was a rush of magnificence. They cantered wonderfully. They were gone. The roar of their curious commotion traveled over the mountains, dying into distance very swiftly. The rhododendron forest that had concealed their approach resumed its normal aspect, but burning now with colors innumerable as the sunrise caught its 1,000 blossoms. And O'Malley understood that during sleep he had passed with his companion through the gates of ivory and horn, and stood now within the first garden of the early world. All frontiers crossed, all barriers behind, he stood within the paradise of his heart's desire. The consciousness of the earth included him. These were early forms of life she had projected, some of the living prototypes of legend, myth, and fable, embodiments of our first manifestations of consciousness, and eternal, accessible to every heart that holds a true and passionate worship. All his life, this love of nature, which was worship, had been his. It now fulfilled itself. Merged by love into the consciousness of the being loved, he felt her thoughts, her powers, and manifestations of life as his own. In a flash, of course, this all passed clearly before him, but there was no time to dwell upon it, for the activity of his companion had likewise become suddenly tremendous. He had risen into complete revelation at last. His own had called him. He was off to join his kind. The transformation came upon both of them, it seems, at once, but in that moment of bewilderment, the Irishman only realized it first in his leader. For on the edge of the advancing sunlight, first this cosmic being crouched, then rose with alert and springing movement, leaping to his feet in a single bound that propelled him with the stride of more than a man's 2 limbs. His great sides quivered as he shook himself. A roar, similar to that sound the distance already swallowed, rolled forth into the air. With head thrown back, chest forward too, for all the backward slant of the mighty shoulders, he stood there, grandly outlined, pushing the wind before him. The great brown eyes shone with the joy of freedom and escape, a superb and regal transformation. Urged by the audacity of his strange excitement, the Irishman obeyed an impulse that came he knew not whence. The single word sprang to his lips before he could guess its meaning, much less hold it back. "Lapithie!" he cried aloud. "Lapithie!" The stalwart figure turned with an awful spring, as though it would trample him to the ground. A moment the brown eyes flamed with the light of battle. Then, with another roar, and a gesture that was somehow both huge and simple, he seemed to rise and paw the air. The next second, this figure of the Urvelt, come once more into its own, bent down and forward, leaped wonderfully. Then, cantering, raced away across the slopes to join his kind. He went like a shape of wind and cloud. The heritage of racial memory was his, and certain words remained still vividly evocative. That old battle with the Lapithie was but one item of the scenes of ancient splendor lying pigeon-holed in his mighty mother's consciousness. The instant he had called, the Irishman himself lay caught in lost memory's tumultuous whirl. The lonely world about him seemed of a sudden magnificently peopled, sky, woods, and torrents. He watched a moment the fierce rapidity with which he sped toward the mountains, the sound of his feet already merged in that other, vaster tramping, and then he turned to watch himself. For a similar transformation was going forward in himself, and with the happiness of wild amazement he saw it. Already, indeed, it was accomplished. All white and shining lay the sunlight over his own extended form. Power was in his limbs. He rose above the ground in some new way. The usual little stream of breath became a river of rushing air he drew into stronger, more capacious lungs. Likewise, his bust grew, strangely deepened, pushed the wind before it, and the sunshine glowed on shaggy flanks agleam with dew that powerfully drove the ground behind him while he ran. He ran, yet only partly as a man runs. He found himself shot forwards through the air, upright, yet at the same time upon all fours. Brandishing his arms, he flew with the free, unfettered motion, traversing the surface of the mother's mind and body. Free of the entire earth he was. And as he raced to join the others, there passed again across his memory faintly. It was like the little memory of some physical pain almost. The picture of the boy who swam so strangely in the sea. The picture of the parents' curious emanations on the deck. And lastly, of those flying shapes of cloud and wind his inner vision brought so often, speeding over long, bare hills. This was the final fragment of the outer world that reached him. He tore along the mountains in the dawn, the awful speed at last explained. His going made a sound upon the wind, and like the wind he raced. Far beyond him in the distance he saw the shadow of that disappearing host, spreading upon the valleys like a mist. Faintly still he caught their sound of roaring, but it was his own feet now that made the tramping as of hoofs upon the turf. The landscape moved and opened, gathering him in. And hardly had he gone, when there stole upon the place where he had stood a sweet and simple sound of music, the little piping of a reed. It dropped down through the air, perhaps, or came from the forest edge, or possibly the sunrise brought it, this ancient little sound of fluting on those pipes men call the pipes of Pan. Chapter 36. In a detailed description, radiant with a wild loveliness of some forgotten beauty, and of necessity often incoherent, the Irishman conveyed to me, sitting in that dreary Soho restaurant, the passion of his vision. With an astonishing vitality and a wealth of deep conviction, it all poured from his lips. There was no halting and no hesitation. Like a man in trance he talked, and like a man in trance he lived it over again while imparting it to me. None came to disturb us in our dingy corner. Indeed, there is no quieter place in all London town than the back room of these eating-houses in the French Quarter, between the hours of lunch and dinner. The waiters vanish, the patron disappears, no customers come in. But I know surely that its burning splendor came not from the actual words he used, but was due to definite, complete transference of the vision itself into my own heart. I caught the fire from his very thought. His heat inflamed my mind. Words, both in the uttered and the written version, dimmed it all distressingly. And the completeness of the transference is proved for me by the fact that I never once had need to ask a question. I saw and understood it all as he did. And hours must have passed during the strange recital, for toward the close people came in and took the vacant tables. The lights were up, and grimy waiters clattered noisily about with plates and knives and forks, thrusting an inky carte du jour beneath our very faces. Yet how to set it down, I swear I know not, nor he, indeed. The notebooks that I found in that old sack of Williston canvas were a disgrace to any man who bid for sanity, a disgrace to paper and pencil too. All memory of his former life, it seems, had fallen utterly away. Nothing survived to remind him of it, and thus he lost all standard of comparison. The state he moved in was too complete to admit of standards or of critical judgment. For these confine, imprison, and belittle, whereas he was free. His escape was unconditioned. From the 30 years of his previous living, no single fragment broke through. The absorption was absolute. I really do believe and know myself, he said to me across that spotted tablecloth, that for the time I was merged into the being of another, a being immensely greater than myself. Perhaps old Stahl was right, perhaps old crazy Fechner, and it actually was the consciousness of the earth. I can only tell you that the whole experience left no room in me for other memories. All I had previously known was gone, wiped clean away. Yet much of what came in its place is beyond me to describe, and for a curious reason. It's not the size or splendor that prevent the telling, but rather the sublime simplicity of it all. I know no language today simple enough to utter it. Far behind words it lies, as difficult of full recovery as the dreams of deep sleep, as the ecstasy of the religious, elusive as the mystery of Kubla Khan, or of the Patmos visions of St. John. Full recapture, I am convinced, is not possible at all in words. And at the time it did not seem like vision. It was so natural, unstudied, unprepared, and ever there. Spontaneous, too, and artless as a drop of water or a baby's toy. The natural is ever the unchanging. My God, I tell you, man, it was divine. He made about him a vehement, sweeping gesture with his arm, which emphasized more poignantly than speech the contrast he felt here where we sat, tight, confining walls, small, stifling windows, chairs to rest the body, smothering roof and curtains, doors of narrow entrance and exit, floors to lift above the sweet surface of the soil, all of them artificial barriers to shut out light and separate away from the earth. "See what we've come to," it said plainly, and it included even his clothes and boots and collar, the ridiculous hat upon the peg, the unsightly brolly in the dingy corner. Had there been room in me for laughter, I could well have laughed aloud. For as he raced across that stretch of splendid mountainous earth, watching the sunrise kiss the valleys and the woods, shaking the dew from his feet and swallowing the very wind for breath, he realized that other forms of life similar to his own were everywhere about him, also moving. They were a part of the earth even as I was. Here she was crammed to the brim with them, projections of her actual self and being, crowded with this incomparable ancient beauty that was strong as her hills, swift as her running streams, radiant as her wild flowers. Whether to call them forms or thoughts or feelings or powers, perhaps, I swear, old man, I know not. Her consciousness, through which I sped, drowned, lost, and happy, wrapped us all in together as a mood contains its own thoughts and feelings. for she was a being of sorts, and I was in her mind, mood, consciousness, call it what you best can. These other thoughts and presences, I felt, were the raw material of forms, perhaps, forces that when they reached the minds of men must clothe themselves in form in order to be known, whether they be dreams or gods or any other kind of inspiration. Closer than that I cannot get. I knew myself within her being, like a child, and I felt the deep, eternal pull to simple things. And thus the beauty of the early world companioned him, and all the forgotten gods moved forward into life. They hovered everywhere, immense and stately. The rocks and trees and peaks that half concealed them betrayed at the same time great hints of their mighty gestures. Near him they were. He moved toward their region. If definite sight refused to focus on them, the fault was not their own, but his. He never doubted that they could be seen. Yet, even thus partially, they manifested, terrifically. He was aware of their overshadowing presences. Sight, after all, was an incomplete form of knowing, a thing he had left behind, elsewhere. It belonged, with the other limited sense channels, to some attenuated dream, now all forgotten. Now he knew all over. He himself was of them. "I am home!" it seems he cried as he ran cantering across the sunny slopes. "At last I have found you! Home!" And the stones shot wildly from his thundering tread. A roar of windy power filled the sky, and far away that echoing tramping paused to listen. "We have called you. Come!" And the forms moved down slowly from their mountainous pedestals. The woods breathed out a sigh. The running water sang. The slopes all murmured through their grass and flowers. For a worshipper, strayed from the outer world of the dead, stood within the precincts of their ancient temple. He had passed the angel with the flaming sword those very dead had set there long ago. The garden now enclosed him. He had found the heart of the earth, his mother. Self-realization in the perfect union with nature was fulfilled. He knew the great at-one-ment. The quiet of the dawn still lay upon the world. Dew sparkled. The air was keen and fresh. Yet, in spite of all his vast sense of energy, this vigor and delight, O'Malley no longer felt the least goading of excitement. There was this animation and this fine delight, but craving for sensation of any kind was gone. Excitement, as it tortured men in that outer world he had left, could not exist in this larger state of being. For excitement is the appetite for something not possessed, magnified artificially till it has become a condition of disease. All that he needed was now contained within himself. He was at ease, and, literally, that unrest which men miscall delight could touch him not, nor torture him again. If this were death, how exquisite! And time was not a passing thing, for it lay, he says, somehow in an ocean everywhere, heaped up in gulfs and spaces. It was as though he could help himself and take it. That morning, had he so wished, could last forever. He could go backwards and taste the shadows of the night again, or forward and bask in the glory of hot noon. There were no parts of things, and so no restlessness, no sense of incompleteness, no divisions. This quiet of the dawn lay in himself, and, since he loved it, lay there cool and sweet and sparkling, for years, almost forever. Moreover, while this giant form of Urvelt life his inner self had assumed was new, it yet seemed somehow familiar. The speed and weight and power caused him no distress. There was no detail that he could not manage easily. To race thus o'er the world, keeping pace with an eternal dawn, was as simple as for the earth herself to spin through space. His union with her was as complete as that. In every item of her being lay the wonder of her perfect form, a sphere. It was complete, nothing could add to it. Yet, while all recollection of his former pettier self was gone, he began presently to remember men. Though never in relation to himself, he retained dimly a picture of that outer world of strife and terror. As a memory of illness, he recalled it, dreadfully, a nightmare fever from which he had recovered, its horror already fading out. Cities in crowds, poverty, illness, pain, and all the various terror of civilization, robbed of the power to afflict, yet still hung hovering about the surface of his consciousness, though powerless to break his peace. For the power to understand it vanished. No part of him knew sympathy with it. So clearly he now saw himself sharing the earth that a vague wonder filled him when he recalled the mad desires of men to possess external forms of things. It was amazing and perplexing. How could they ever have devised such wild and childish efforts, all in the wrong direction? If that outer life were the real one, how could any intelligent being think it worth while to live? How could any thinking man hold up his head and walk along the street with dignity, if that was what he believed? Was a man satisfied with it, worth keeping alive at all? What bigger scheme could ever use him? The direction of modern life today was diametrically away from happiness and truth. Peace was the world he knew, peace and a singing joy. He played with the earth's great dawn and raced along these mountains through her mind. Of course, the hills could dance and sing and clap their hands. He saw it clear. How could it be otherwise? They were expressions of her giant moods, what in himself were thoughts, phases of her ample, surging consciousness. He passed with the sunlight down the laughing valleys, spread with the morning wind above the woods, shone on the snowy peaks, and leaped with rushing laughter among the crystal streams. These were his swift and darting signs of joy, words of his singing, as it were. His main and central being swung with the pulse of the earth, too great for any telling. He read the book of nature all about him, yes, but read it singing. He understood how this patient mother hungered for her myriad lost children, how in the passion of her summers she longed to bless them, to wake their high yearnings with the sweetness of her springs, and to whisper through her autumns how she prayed for their return. Instinctively he read the giant page before him, for every form in nature is a symbol of an idea and represents a sign or letter. A succession of such symbol forms a language, and he who is a true child of nature may understand this language and know the character of everything. His mind becomes a mirror wherein the attributes of natural things are reflected and enter the field of his consciousness. For man himself is but a thought pervading the ocean of mind. Whether or not I remembered these stammering yet pregnant words from the outer world now left behind, the truth they shadowed forth rose up and took him. And so he flowed across the mountains like a thing of wind and cloud, and so at length came up with the stragglers of that mighty herd of Urvelt life. He joined them in a riverbed of those ancient valleys. They welcomed him and took him to themselves. For the particular stratum, as it were, of the earth's enormous collective consciousness to which he belonged, or rather that part and corner in which he was first at home, lay with those lesser ancient forms. Although aware of far mightier expressions of her life, he could not yet readily perceive or join them. And this was easily comprehensible by the analogy of his own smaller consciousness. Did not his own mind hold thoughts of various kinds that could not readily mingle? His thoughts of play and frolic, for instance, could not combine with the august and graver sentiments of awe and worship, though both could dwell together in the same heart. And here, apparently, as yet, he only touched that frolicsome fringe of consciousness that knew these wild and playful lesser forms. Thus, while he was aware of other more powerful figures of wonder all about him, he never quite achieved their full recognition. The ordered, deeper strata of her consciousness, to which they belonged, still lay beyond him. Yet everywhere he fringed them. They haunted the entire world. They brooded hugely, with a kind of deep magnificence that was like the slow brooding of the seasons. They rose, looming and splendid, through the air and sky, proud, strong, and tragic. For, standing aloof from all the rest, in isolation, like dreams in a poet's mind, too potent for expression, they thus knew tragedy, the tragedy of long neglect and loneliness. Seated on peak and ridge, rising beyond the summits in the clouds, filling the valleys spread over watercourse and forest, they passed their life of lonely majesty, apart, their splendor too remote for him as yet to share. Long since had earth withdrawn them from the hearts of men. Her lesser children knew them no more, but still, through the deep recesses of her further consciousness, they thundered and were glad, though few might hear that thunder, share that awful joy. Even the Irishman, who in ordinary life had felt instinctively that worship which is close to love, and so too the union that love brings, even he, in this new-found freedom, only partially discerned their presences. He felt them now, these stately powers men once called the gods, but felt them from a distance, and from a distance, too, they saw and watched him come. He knew their gorgeous forms, half dimmed by a remote and veiled enchantment, knew that they reared aloft like ancient towers, ruined by neglect and ignorance, starved and lonely, but still hauntingly splendid and engaging, still terrifically alive. And it seemed to him that sometimes their awful eyes flashed with the sunshine over slope and valley, and that wherever they rested, flowers sprang to life. Their nearness sometimes swept him like a storm, and then the entire herd with which he mingled would stand abruptly still, caught by a wave of awe and wonder. The host of them stood still upon the grass. Their frolic held a moment, their voices hushed, only deep panting audible, and the soft shuffling of their hoofs among the flowers. They bowed their splendid heads and waited, while a god went past them. And through himself, as witness of the passage, a soft, majestic power also swept. With the lift of a hurricane, yet with the gentleness of dew, he felt the noblest in himself irresistibly evoked. It was gone again as soon as it came. It passed, but it left him charged with a regal confidence and joy. As in the mountains, a shower of snow picks out the highest peaks in white, tracing its course and pattern over the entire range, so in himself he knew the highest powers, aspirations, yearnings, hopes, raised into shining white activity, and by these quickened splendors of his soul could recognize the nature of the god who came so close. And, keeping mostly to the riverbeds, they splashed in the torrents, played and leaped and cantered. From the openings of many a moist cave, others came to join them. Below a certain level, though, they never went. The forests knew them not. They loved the open, windy heights. They turned and circulated, as by a common consent, wheeling suddenly together, as if a single desire actuated the entire mass. One instinct, spread, as it were, among the lot, shared instantly, conveying to each at once the general impulse. Their movements in this were like those of birds whose flight in coveys obeys the order of a collective consciousness, of which each single one is an item, expressions of one single bird idea behind, distributed through all. And O'Malley, without questioning or hesitation, obeyed, while yet he was free to do as he wished alone. To do as they did was the greatest pleasure. That was all. For sometimes with two of them, one fully formed, the other of lesser mold, he flew on little journeys of his own. These two seemed nearer to him than the rest. He felt he knew them, and had been with them before. Their big brown eyes continually sought his own with pleasure. It almost seemed as if they had all three been separated long away from one another, and had at last returned. No definite memory of the interval came back, however. The sea, the steamer, and the journey's incidents all had faded. Part of that world of lesser insignificant dream where they had happened. But these two kept close to him. They ran and danced together. The time that passed included many dawns and nights, and also many noons of splendor. It all seemed endless, perfect, and serene. That anything could finish here did not once occur to him. Complete things cannot finish. He passed through seas and gulfs of glorious existence. For the strange thing was that while he only remembered afterwards the motion, play, and laughter, he yet had these other glimpses here and there of some ordered and progressive life existing just beyond. It lay hidden deeper within. He skimmed its surface, but something prevented his knowing it fully, and the limitation that held him back belonged, it seemed, to that thin world of trivial dreaming he had left behind. He had not shaken it off entirely. It still obscured his sight. The scale and manner of this greater life faintly reached him, nothing more. It may be that he only failed to bring back recollection, or it may be that he did not penetrate deeply enough to know. At any rate, he recognized that this sudden occasional passing by of vast deific figures had to do with it, and that all this ocean of Earth's deeper consciousness was peopled with forms of life that obeyed some splendid system of progressive ordered existence. To be gathered up in this one greater consciousness was not the end. Rather was it merely the beginning. Meantime, he learned that here, among these lesser thoughts of the Great Mother, all the pantheons of the world had first their origin, the Greek, the Eastern, and the Northern too. Here all the gods that men have ever half divined still ranged the moods of her timeless consciousness. Their train of beauty, too, accompanied them. I cannot half recall the streams of passionate description with which his words clothed these glowing memories of his vision. Great pictures of it haunt the background of my mind, pictures that lie in early mists, framed by the stars and glimmering through some golden flowered dawn. Besides the huge outlines that stood breathing in the background like dark mountains, there flitted here and there strange, dreamy forms of almost impossible beauty, slender as lilies, eyes soft and starry, shining through the dusk, hair flying past them like a rain of summer flowers. Nymph-like, they moved down all the pathways of the earth's young mind, singing and radiant, spring blossoms in the garden of her consciousness. And other forms, more vehement and rude, urged to and fro across the pictures, crowding the movement, some playful and protean, some clothed as with trees or air or water, and others dark, remote, and silent, ranging her deeper layers of thought and dream, known rarely to the outer world at all. The rush and glory of it all is more than my mind can deal with. I gather, though, O'Malley saw no definite forms, but rather new forces, powers, aspects of this soul of earth, facets she showed in long-forgotten days to men. Certainly, the very infusoria of his imagination were kindled and aflame when he spoke of them. Through the tangled thicket of his ordinary mind there shone this passion of an uncommon loveliness and splendor. Chapter 37. In the relationship that his everyday mind bore to his present state, there lay, moreover, a wealth of pregnant suggestion. The bridge connecting his former civilized condition with this cosmic experience was a curious one. That outer, lesser state, it seemed, had known a foretaste sometimes of the greater, and it was hence had come those dreams of a golden age that used to haunt him. For he began now to recall the existence of that outer world of men and women, though by means of certain indefinite channels only. And the things he remembered were not what the world calls important. They were moments when he had known beauty. Beauty, however, not of the grandiose sort that holds the crowd, but of so simple and unadvertised a kind that most men overlook it altogether. He understood now why the thrill had been so wonderful. He saw clearly why those moments of ecstasy he had often felt in nature used to torture him with an inexpressible yearning that was rather pain than joy. For they were precisely what he now experienced when the viewless figure of a god passed by him. Down there, out there, below, in that cabined lesser state, they had been partial, but were now complete. Those moments of worship he had known in woods, among mountains, by the shores of desolate seas, even in a London street, perhaps at the sight of a tree in spring, or of a pathway of blue sky between the summer clouds. These had been, one and all, tentative, partial revelations of the consciousness of the soul of earth he now knew face to face. These were his only memories of that outer world, of people, cities, or of civilization. Apart from these, he had no single remembrance. Certain of these little partial foretastes now came back to him, like fragments of dream that trouble the waking day. He remembered, for instance, one definite picture, a hot autumn sun upon a field of stubble where the folded corn sheaves stood, thistles waving by the hedges, a yellow field of mustard rising up the slope against the skyline, and beyond a row of peering elms that rustled in the wind. The beauty of the little scene was somehow poignant. He recalled it vividly. It had flamed about him, transfiguring the world. He had trembled, yearning to see more, for just behind it he divined with an exulting, passionate worship this gorgeous, splendid earth being with whom at last he now actually moved. In that instant of a simple loveliness, her consciousness had fringed his own, had bruised it. He had known it only by the partial channels of sight and smell and hearing, but had felt the greater thing beyond without being able to explain it. And a portion of what he felt had burst in speech from his lips. He was there, he remembered, with two persons, a man and a woman, whose name and face, however, he could not summon, and he recalled that the woman smiled incredulously when he spoke of the exquisite perfume of those folded corn sheaves in the air. She told him he imagined it. He saw again the pretty woman's smile of incomprehension. He saw the puzzled expression in the eyes of the man. He heard him murmur something prosaic about the soul, about birds, too, and the prospects of killing hundreds later. Sport. He even saw the woman picking her way with caution, as though the touch of earth could strain or injure her. He especially recalled the silence that had followed on his words that sought to show them beauty. He remembered, too, above all, the sense of loneliness among men that it induced in himself. But the memory brought him a curious, sharp pain, and turning to that couple who were now his playmates in this garden of the earth, he called them with a singing cry and cantered over leagues of flowers, wind and sunshine, before he stopped again. They leaped and danced together, exulting in their spacious Urvelt freedom. Want of comprehension no longer possible. The memory fled away. He shook himself free of it. Then others came in its place, another and another, not all with people, blind, deaf, and unreceptive, yet all of common, simple scenes of beauty, when something vast had surged upon him and broken through the barriers that stand between the heart and nature. Such curious little scenes they were. In most of them he had evidently been alone, but one and all had touched his soul with a foretaste of this same nameless ecstasy that he now knew complete. In every one, the consciousness of the earth had bruised his own. Utterly simple they had been, one and all, these partial moments of blinding beauty in that lesser outer world. A big, brown, clumsy bee, he saw, blundering into the petals of a wild flower on which the dew lay sparkling. A wisp of colored cloud driving loosely across the hills, dropping a purple shadow. Deep waving grass, plunging and shaking in the wind that drew out its underworld of blue and silver over the whole spread surface of a field. A daisy, closed for the night upon the lawn, eyes tightly shut, hands folded. A south wind whispering through larches. The pattering of summer rain upon young oak leaves in the dawn. Fingers of long blue distance upon dreamy woods. Anemones shaking their pale and starry little faces in the wind. The calm stillness of a pine wood in the dusk. Young birch trees mid the velvet gloom of firs. The new moon settling in a cloud of stars. The hush of stars in many a summer night. Sheep grazing idly down a sun-baked hill. A path of moonlight on a lake. A little wind through bare and wintry woods. Oh, he recalled the wonder, loveliness, and passion of 1,000 more. They thronged and passed and thronged again, crowding one another, all golden moments of revelation when he had caught glimpses of the earth, and her greater moods had swept him up into herself, moments in which a god had passed. These were his only memories of that outer world he had left behind, flashes of simple beauty. Was thus the thrill of beauty then explained? Was loveliness, as men know it, a revelation of the earth soul behind? And were the blinding flash, the dazzling wonder, and the dream men seek to render permanent in music, color, line, and language, a vision of her nakedness? Down there, the poets and those simple enough of heart to stand close to nature could catch these whispered fragments of the enormous message, told as in secret. But now, against her very heart, he heard the thunder of the thing, complete. Now, in the glory of all naked bodily forms, of women, men, and children, of swift animals, of flowers, trees, and running water, of mountains and of seas, he understood these partial revelations of the great earth soul that bore them, gave them life. For one and all were channels for her loveliness. He saw the beauty of the natural instincts, the passion of motherhood and fatherhood, Earth's seeking to project herself in endless forms and variety. He understood why love increased the heart and made it feel at one with all the world. Moreover, in some amazing fashion, he was aware that others from the outer world beside himself had access here, and that from this garden of the earth's deep central personality came all the inspiration known to men. He divined that others were even now drawing upon it like himself. The thoughts of the poets went past him like thin flames, the dreams of millions, mute, inexpressible yearnings, like those he had himself once known, streamed by in pale white light, to shoot forward with a little nesting rush into some great figure, and then return in double volume to the dreaming heart whence first they issued. Shadows, too, he saw by myriads, faint, feeble gropings of men and women seeking it eagerly, yet hardly knowing what they sought. But, above all, long, singing, beautiful tongues of colored flame, that were the instincts of divining children and of the pure in heart. These came in rippling floods unerringly to their goal, lingered for long periods before returning, and all he knew were currents of the great earth life, moods, thoughts, dreams, expressions of her various consciousness, with which she had mothered, fed, and blessed all whom it was possible to reach. Their passionate yearning, their worship, made access possible. Along the tenderest portions of her personality these latter came, as by a spread network of infinitely delicate filaments that extended from herself, deliciously inviting. The thing, however, that remained with him long after his return to the normal state of lesser consciousness was the memory of those blinding moments when a god went past him, or, as he phrased it in another way, when he caught glimpses of the earth naked. For these were instantaneous flashes of a gleaming whiteness, a dazzling and supreme loveliness that staggered thought and arrested feeling, while yet of a radiant simplicity that brought, for a second at least, a measure of comprehension. He then knew not mere partial projections. He saw beyond, deep down into the flaming center that gave them birth. The blending of his being with the cosmic consciousness was complete enough for this. He describes it as a spectacle of sheer glory, stupendous, even terrifying. The refulgent majesty of it utterly possessed him. The shock of its magnificence came, moreover, upon his entire being, and was not really, of course, a sight at all. The message came not through any small division of a single sense. With a massed yet soaring power, it shook him free of all known categories. He then fringed a region of yet greater being, wherein he tasted for a moment some secret comprehension of a true divinity. The deliverance into ecstasy was complete. In these flashing moments, when a second seemed 1,000 years, he further understood the splendor of the stage beyond. Earth, in her turn, was but a mood in the consciousness of the universe. That universe, again, was mothered by another vaster one, and the total that included them all was not the gods, but God. Chapter 38. The litter of disordered notebooks, filled to the covers with fragments of such beauty that they almost seemed to burn with a light of their own, lies at this moment before me on my desk. I still hear the rushing torrent of his language across the spotted tablecloth in that dark restaurant corner, but the incoherence seems only to increase with my best efforts to combine the two. Go home and dream it, as he said at last when I ventured a question here and there toward the end of the recital. You'll see it best that way, in sleep. Get clear away from me and my surface physical consciousness. Perhaps it will come to you then. There remains, however, to record the manner of his exit from that great garden of the earth's fair youth, and he tells it more simply, or perhaps it is that I understand it better. For suddenly, in the midst of all the joy and splendor that he tasted, there came unbidden a strengthening of the tie that held him to his outer lesser state. A wave of pity and compassion surged in upon him from the depths. He saw the struggling millions in the prisons and cages civilization builds. He felt with them. No happiness, he understood, could be complete that did not also include them all, and he longed to tell them. The thought and the desire tore across him burningly. If only I can get this back to them, pass through him like a flame, I'll save the world by bringing it again to simple things. I've only got to tell it, and all will understand at once, and follow. And with the birth of the desire, there ran a deep, convulsive sound like music through the greater consciousness that held him close. Those moods that were the gods thronged gloriously about him, almost pressing forwards into actual sight. He might have lingered where he was for centuries, or forever, but this thought pulled him back. The desire to share his knowledge with the world, the passion to heal and save and rescue. And instantly, in the twinkling of an eyelid, the Urvelt closed its gates of horn and ivory behind him. An immense dark shudder dropped noiselessly with the speed of lightning across his mind. He stood without. He found himself near the tumbled-down stone huts of a hamlet that he recognized. He staggered, rubbed his eyes, and stared. A forest of beech trees shook below him in a violent wind. He saw the branches tossing. A Caucasian saddle-horse beside him nosed a sack that spilt its flour on the ground at his feet. He heard the animal's noisy breathing. He noted the sliding movement of the spilt flour before it finally settled, and some 50 yards beyond him, down the slopes, he saw a human figure, running. It was his Georgian guide. The man, half stooping, caught the woolen bashlik that had fallen from his head. O'Malley watched the man complete the gesture. Still running, he replaced the cap upon his head. And coming up to his ears upon the wind were the words of a broken French sentence that he also recognized. Disjointed by terror, it completed an interrupted phrase. "One of them is close upon us! Hide your eyes! Save yourself! They come from the mountains! They are as old as the stones! Run!" No other living being was in sight. Chapter 39. The extraordinary abruptness of the transition produced no bewilderment, it seems. Realizing that without Rostam he would be in a position of helplessness that might be serious, the Irishman put his hands to his lips and called out with authority to the running figure of his frightened guide. He shouted to him to stop. "There is nothing to fear. Come back. Are you afraid of a gust of wind?" And in his face and voice, perhaps too in his manner, was something he had brought back from the vision, for the man stopped at once in his headlong course, paused a moment to stare and question, and then, though still looking over his shoulder and making occasional signs of his religion, came slowly back to his employer's side again. "It is past," said O'Malley in a voice that seemed to crumble in his mouth. "It is gone again into the mountains whence it came. We are safe. With me," he added, not without a secret sense of humor stirring in him, "you will always be safe. I can protect us both." He felt as normal as a British officer giving orders to his soldiers, and the Georgian slowly recovered his composure, yet for a long time keeping close to the other's side. The transition thus had been as sudden and complete as anything well could be. O'Malley described it as the instantaneous dropping of a shutter across his mind. The entire vision had lasted but a fraction of a second, and in a fraction of a second, too, he had returned to a state of everyday lesser consciousness. That blending with the earth's great consciousness was but a flashing glimpse after all. The extension of personality had been momentary. So absolute, moreover, was the return that at first, remembering nothing, he took up life again exactly where he had left it. The guide completed the gesture and the sentence which the vision had interrupted, and O'Malley, similarly, resumed his own thread of thought and action. Only a hint remained. That and a curious sense of interval alone were left to witness this flash of an immense vision, of cosmic consciousness, that apparently had filled so many days and nights. "It was like waking suddenly in the night out of deep sleep," he said, "not of one's own accord, or gradually, but as when someone shakes you out of slumber and you are wide awake at once. You have been dreaming vigorously, thick, lively, crowded dreams, and they all vanish on the instant. You catch the tail end of the procession just as it's diving out of sight. In less than a second, all is gone." For this was the hint that remained. He caught the flying tail end of the vision. He knew he had seen something, but for the moment that was all. Then, by degrees and afterwards, the details re-emerged. In the days that followed, while with Rostam he completed the journey already planned, the deeper consciousness gave back its memory piece by piece, and piece by piece he set it down in notebooks as best he could. The memory was on deposit deep within him, and at intervals he tapped it. Hence, of course, is due the confused and fragmentary character of those bewildering entries. Hence, at the same time, too, their truth and value. For here was no imaginative dream concocted in a mood of high invention. The parts were disjointed, incomplete, just as they came. The lesser consciousness, it seems, could not contain the thing complete, nor, to the last, I judge, did he ever know complete recapture. They wandered for 2 weeks and more about the mountains, meeting various adventure by the way, reported duly in his letters of travel. But these concerned the outer man, and have no proper place in this strange record. And by the middle of July he found himself once more in civilization. At Michailovo he said goodbye to Rostam and took the train. And it was with the return to the conditions of modern life that the reaction set in and stirred the deeper layers of consciousness to reproduce their store of magic. For this return to what seemed the paltry activities of an age of machinery, physical luxury, and superficial contrivances brought him a sense of pain that was acute and trenchant, more, a deep and poignant sense of loss. The yearnings, no longer satisfied, began again to reassert themselves. It was not the actual things the world seemed so busy about that pained him, but rather the point of view from which the world approached them, those that it deemed with one consent important, and those, with rare exceptions, it obviously deemed worth no consideration at all and ignored. For himself, these values stood exactly reversed. The vision then came back to him, rose from the depths, blinded his eyes with maddening beauty, sang in his ears, possessed his heart and mind. He burned to tell it. The world of tired, restless men, he felt, must equally burn to hear it. Some vision of a simple life lived close to nature came before his inner eye as the remedy for the vast disease of restless self-seeking of the age, the medicine that should cure the entire world. A return to nature was the first step toward the great deliverance men sought. And, most of all, he yearned to tell it first to Heinrich Stahl. To hear him talk about it, as he talked perhaps to me alone, was genuinely pathetic. For here, in Terence O'Malley, I thought to see the essential futility of all dreamers nakedly revealed. His vision was so fine, sincere, and noble, his difficulty in imparting it so painful, and its marriage with practical action so ludicrously impracticable. At any rate, that combination of vision and action, called sometimes genius, which can shake the world, assuredly was not his. For his was no constructive mind. He was not intellectual. He saw, but with the heart. He could not build. To plan a new utopia was as impossible to him as to shape even in words the splendor he had known and lived. Bricks and straw could only smother him before he laid what most would deem foundations. At first, too, in those days while waiting for the steamer in Batum, he kept strangely silent. Even in his own thoughts was silence. He could not speak of what he knew. Even paper refused it. But all the time this glorious winged thing, that yet was simple as the sunlight or the rain, went by his side, while his soul knew the relief of some divine, proud utterance that, he felt, could never know complete confession in speech or writing. Later he stammered over it, to his notebooks and to me, and partially also to Dr. Stahl. But at first it dwelt alone and hidden, contained in this deep silence. The days of waiting he filled with walks about the streets, watching the world with new eyes. He took the Russian steamer to Pothai and tramped with a knapsack up the Chiruak Gorge, beyond Borchka, regardless of the Turkish gypsies and encampments of wild peoples on the banks. The sense of personal danger was impossible. He felt the whole world kin. That sense protected him. Pistol and cartridges lay in his bag, forgotten at the hotel. Delight and pain lay oddly mingled in him. The pain he recognized of old, but this great radiant happiness was new. The nightmare of modern cheap-jack life was all explained. Unjustified, of course, as he had always dimly felt, symptom of deep disorder. All due, this feverish external business, to an odd misunderstanding with the earth. Humanity had somehow quarreled with her, claiming an independence that could not really last. For her, the centuries of this estrangement were but a little thing, perhaps, a moment or two in that huge life, which counted 1,000,000 years to lay a narrow bed of chalk. They would come back in time. Meanwhile, she ever called. A few, perhaps, already dreamed of return. Movements he had heard were afoot. A tentative endeavor here and there. They heard, these few, the splendid whisper that, sweetly calling, ever passed about the world. For her voice, in the last resort, was more potent than all others, an enchantment that never wholly faded. Men had but temporarily left her mighty sides and gone astray, eating of trees of knowledge that brought them deceptive illusions of a mad self-intoxication, fallen away into the pains of separateness and death. Loss of direction and central control was the result, the babble of many tongues so clumsily invented, by which all turned one against another. Insubordinate artificial centers had assumed disastrous command. Each struggled for himself against his neighbors. Even religions fought to the blood. A single sect could damn the rest of humanity, yet in the same breath sing complacently of its own heaven. Meanwhile, she smiled in love and patience, letting them learn their lesson. Meanwhile, she watched and waited while, like foolish children, they toiled and sweated after futile transient things that brought no single letter of content. She let them coin their millions from her fairest thoughts, the gold and silver in her veins, and let them turn it into engines of destruction, knowing that each life lost returned into her arms and heart, crying with the pain of its wayward foolishness, the lesson learned. She watched their tears and struggling just outside the open nursery door, knowing they must at length return for food. And while thus waiting, watching, she heard all prayers that reached her. She answered them with love and forgiveness ever ready. And to the few who realized their folly, naughtiness perhaps, at worst it was, this side of death, she brought full measure of peace and joy and beauty. Not permanently could they hurt themselves, for evil was but distance from her side, the ignorance of those who had wandered furthest into the little dark labyrinth of a separated self. The intellect they were so proud of had misled them. And sometimes, here and there across the ages, with a glory that refused utterly to be denied, she thundered forth her old sweet message of deliverance. Through poet, priest, or child, she called her children home. The summons rang like magic across the wastes of this dreary, separated existence. Some heard and listened, some turned back, some wandered and were strangely thrilled. Some, thinking it too simple to be true, were puzzled by the yearning and the tears, and went back to seek for a more difficult way, while most, denying the secret glory in their hearts, sought to persuade themselves they loved the strife and hurrying fever best. At other times, again, she chose quite different ways, and sent the amazing message in a flower, a breath of evening air, a shell upon the shore, though oftenest, perhaps, it hid in a strain of music, a patch of color on the sea or hills, a rustle of branches in a little twilight wind, a whisper in the dusk or in the dawn. He remembered his own first visions of it. Only never could the summons come to her children through the intellect, for this it was that led them first away. Her message enters ever by the heart. The simple life. He smiled as he thought of the bald utopias here and there devised by men, for he had seen a truth whose brilliance smote his eyes too dazzlingly to permit of the smallest corner of darkness. Remote, no doubt, in time that day when the lion shall lie down with the lamb, and men shall live together in peace and gentleness, when the inner life shall be admitted as the reality, strife, gain, and loss unknown, because possessions undesired, and petty selfhood merged in the larger life. Remote, of course, yet surely not impossible. He had seen the face of nature, heard her call, tasted her joy and peace, and the rest of the tired world might do the same. It only waited to be shown the way. The truth he now saw so dazzling was that all who heard the call might know it for themselves at once. Quirost with shining love that makes the whole world kin. The earth a mother literally divine. Each soul might thus provide a channel along which the summons home should pass across the world. To live with nature and share her greater consciousness, en route for states yet greater, nearer to the eternal home. This was the beginning of the truth, the life, the way. He saw religion all explained, and those hard sayings that make men turn away, the imagined dread of losing life to find it, the counsel of perfection that the neighbor shall be loved as self, the fancied injury and outrage that made it hard for rich men to enter the kingdom. Of these, as of 100 other sayings, he saw the necessary truth. It all seemed easy now. The world would see it with him. It must. It could not help itself. Simplicity as of a little child, the selflessness as of the mystic. These were the splendid clues. Death and the grave, indeed, had lost their victory. For in the stages of wider consciousness beyond this transient physical phase, he saw all loved ones joined and safe, as separate words upgathered each to each in the parent sentence that explains them, the sentence in the paragraph in the whole grand story, all achieved, and so at length into the eternal library of God that consummates the whole. He saw the glorious series, timeless and serene, advancing to the climax, and somehow understood that individuality at each stage was never lost, but rather extended and magnified. Love of the earth, life close to nature, and denial of so-called civilization was the first step upwards. In the simple life, in this return to nature, lay the opening of the little path that climbed to the stars and heaven. Chapter 40. At the end of the week, the little steamer dropped her anchor in the harbor, and the Irishman booked his passage home. He was standing on the wharf to watch the unloading when a hand tapped him on the shoulder, and he heard a well-known voice. His heart leaped with pleasure. There were no preliminaries between these two. "I am glad to see you safe. You did not find your friend, then?" O'Malley looked at the bronze face beside him, noted the ragged tobacco-stained beard, and saw the look of genuine welcome in the twinkling brown eyes. He watched him lift his cap and mop that familiar dome of bald head. "I'm safe," was all he answered, "because I found him." For a moment Dr. Stahl looked puzzled. He dropped the hand he held so tightly and led him down the wharf. "We'll get out of this devilish sun," he said, leading the way among the tangle of merchandise and bales. "It's enough to boil our brains." They passed through the crowd of swarthy, dripping Turks, Georgians, Persians, and Armenians who labored half-naked in the heat, and moved toward the town. A Russian gunboat lay in the bay, side by side with freight and passenger vessels. An oil-tank steamer took on cargo. The scene was drenched in sunshine. The Black Sea gleamed like molten metal. Beyond, the wooded spurs of the Caucasus climbed through haze into cloudless blue. "It's beautiful," remarked the German, pointing to the distant coastline, "but hardly with the beauty of those Grecian isles we passed together, hey?" He watched him closely. "You're coming back on our steamer?" he asked in the same breath. "It's beautiful," O'Malley answered, ignoring the question, "because it lives. But there is dust upon its outer loveliness, dust that has gathered through long ages of neglect, dust that I would sweep away. I've learnt how to do it. He taught me." Stahl did not even look at him, though the words were wild enough. He walked at his side in silence. Perhaps he partly understood. For this first link with the outer world of appearances was difficult for him to pick up. The person of Stahl, thick-coated with the civilization whence he came, had brought it, and out of the ocean of glorious vision in his soul, O'Malley took at random the first phrases he could find. "Yes, I've booked a passage on your steamer," he added presently, remembering the question. It did not seem strange to him that his companion ignored both clues he offered. He knew the man too well for that. It was only that he waited for more before he spoke. They went to the little table outside the hotel pavement where several weeks ago they had drunk Kakhetian wine together and talked of deeper things. The German called for a bottle, mineral water, ice, and cigarettes. And while they sipped the cooling golden liquid, hats off and coats on the backs of their chairs, Stahl gave him the news of the world of men and events that had transpired meanwhile. O'Malley listened vaguely as he smoked. It seemed remote, unreal, almost fantastic, this long string of ugly, frantic happenings, all symptoms of some disordered state that was like illness. The scream of politics, the roar and rattle of flying machines, financial crashes, furious labor upheavals, rumors of war, the death of kings and magnates, awful accidents, and a strange turmoil in enormous cities. Details of some sad prison life, it almost seemed, pain and distress and strife, the note that bound them all together. Men were mastered by these things instead of mastering them. These unimportant things they thought would make them free, only imprisoned them. They lunched there at that little table in the shade, and in turn the Irishman gave an outline of his travels. Stahl had asked for it, and listened attentively. The pictures interested him. "You've done your letters for the papers," he questioned him, "and now, perhaps, you'll write a book as well." "Something may force its way out, come blundering, thundering out in fragments, yes." "You mean you'd rather not?" "I mean it's all too big and overwhelming. He showed me such blinding splendors. I might tell it, but as to writing—" He shrugged his shoulders. And this time Dr. Stahl ignored no longer. He took him up, but not with any expected words or questions. He merely said, "My friend, there's something that I have to tell you, or rather, I should say, to show you." He looked most keenly at him, and in the old familiar way he placed a hand upon his shoulder. His voice grew soft. "It may upset you, it may unsettle, prove a shock perhaps, but if you are prepared, we'll go." "What kind of shock?" O'Malley asked, startled a moment by the gravity of manner. "The shock of death," was the answer, gently spoken. The Irishman only knew a swift rush of joy and wonder as he heard it. "But there is no such thing," he cried, almost with laughter. "He taught me that, above all else. There is no death." "There is going away, though," came the rejoinder, spoken low. "There is earth to earth and dust to dust." "That's of the body." "That's of the body, yes." The older man repeated darkly, "There's only going home, escape and freedom. I tell you there's only that. It's nothing but joy and splendor when you really understand." But Dr. Stahl made no immediate answer, nor any comment. He paid the bill and led him down the street. They took the shady side. Passing beyond the skirts of the town, they walked in silence. The barracks where the soldiers sang, the railway line to Tiflis and Baku, the dome and minarets of the church, were left behind in turn, and presently they reached the hot, straight, dusty road that fringed the sea. They heard the crashing of the little waves, and saw the foam creamily white against the dark gray pebbles of the beach. And when they reached a small enclosure where thin trees were planted among sparse grass all brown and withered by the sun, they paused, and Stahl pointed to a mound, marked at either end by rough stone boulder. A date was on it, but no name. O'Malley calculated the difference between the Russian calendar and the one he was accustomed to. Stahl checked him. "The 15th of June," the German said. "The 15th of June, yes," said O'Malley very slowly, but with wonder and excitement in his heart. That was the day that Rostam tried to run away, the day I saw him come to me from the trees, the day we started off together to the garden." He turned to his companion questioningly. For a moment the rush of memory was quite bewildering. "He never left Batum at all, you see," Stahl continued, without looking up. "He went straight to the hospital the day we came into port. I was summoned to him in the night, that last night while you slept so deeply. His old strange fever was upon him then, and I took him ashore before the other passengers were astir. I brought him to the hospital myself, and he never left his bed." He pointed down to the little nameless grave at their feet, where a wandering wind from the sea just stirred the grasses. "That was the date on which he died. He went away in the early morning," he added in a low voice that held both sadness and sympathy. "He went home," said the Irishman, a tide of joy rising tumultuously through his heart as he remembered. The secret of that complete and absolute leadership was out. He understood it all. It had been a spiritual adventure to the last. Then followed a pause. In silence they stood there for some minutes. There grew no flowers on that grave, but O'Malley stooped down and picked a strand of the withered grass. He put it carefully between the pages of his notebook, and then, lying flat against the ground where the sunshine fell in a patch of white and burning glory, he pressed his lips to the crumbling soil. He kissed the earth. Oblivious of Stahl's presence, or at least ignoring it, he worshipped. And while he did so, he heard that little sound he loved so well, which more than any words or music brought peace and joy, because it told his passion all complete. With his ears close to the earth, he heard it, yet at the same time heard it everywhere, for it came with the falling of the waves upon the shore, through the murmur of the rustling branches overhead, and even across the whispering of the withered grass about him. Deep down in the center of the mothering earth he heard it too, in faintly rising pulse. It was the exquisite little piping on a reed, the ancient fluting of the everlasting Pan. And when he rose, he found that Stahl had turned away and was gazing at the sea, as though he had not noticed. "Doctor!" he cried, yet so softly it was a whisper rather than a call. "I heard it then again. It's everywhere. Oh, tell me that you hear it too." Stahl turned and looked at him in silence. There was a moisture in his eyes, and on his face a look of softness that a woman might have worn. "I've brought it back, you see. I've brought it back. For that's the message. That's the sound and music I must give to all the world. No words, no book can tell it." His hat was off. His eyes were shining. His voice broke with the passion of joy he yearned to share, yet knew so little how to impart. "If I can pipe upon the flutes of Pan, the millions all will listen, will understand, and follow. Tell me, oh tell me, that you heard it too." "My friend, my dear young friend," the German murmured in a voice of real tenderness, "you heard it truly, but you heard it in your heart. Few hear the pipes of Pan as you do. Few care to listen. Today the world is full of other sounds that drown it. And even of those who hear—" He shrugged his shoulders as he led him away toward the sea. "How few will care to follow. How fewer still will dare." And while they lay upon the beach and watched the line of foam against their feet, and saw the seagulls curving idly in the blue and shining air, he added underneath his breath. O'Malley hardly caught the murmur of his words, so low he murmured them. "The simple life is lost forever. It lies asleep in the golden age, and only those who sleep and dream can ever find it. If you would keep your joy, dream on, my friend. Dream on, but dream alone." Chapter 41. Summer blazed everywhere, and the sea, lay like a pool of melted sky and sunshine. The summits of the Caucasus soon faded to the east and north, and to the south the wooded hills of the Black Sea coast accompanied the ship in a line of wavy blue that joined the water and the sky indistinguishably. The first-class passengers were few. O'Malley hardly noticed their existence, even. An American engineer building a railway in Turkey came on board at Trebizond. There were one or two light women on their way home from Baku, and the attaché of a foreign embassy from Tehran. But the Irishman felt more in touch with the 100 peasant folk who joined the ship at Ineboli from the interior of Asia Minor and were bound as third-class emigrants for Marseille and far America. Dark-skinned, wild-eyed, ragged, very dirty, they had never seen the sea before, and the sight of a porpoise held them spellbound. They lived on the afterdeck, mostly cooking their own food, the women and children sleeping beneath a large tarpaulin that the sailors stretched for them across the width of deck. At night they played their pipes and danced, singing, shouting, and waving their arms, always the same tune over and over again. O'Malley watched them for hours together. He also watched the engineer, the overdressed woman, the attaché. He understood the difference between them as he had never understood it before. He understood the difficulty of his task as well. How in the world could he ever explain a single syllable of his message to these latter, or awaken in them the faintest echo of desire to know and listen? The peasants, though all unconscious of the blinding glory at their elbows, stood far nearer to the truth. "Been further east, I suppose," the engineer observed one afternoon as the steamer lay off Brusa, taking on a little extra cargo of walnut logs. He looked admiringly at the Irishman's bronzed skin. "Take a better sun than this to put that on." He laughed in his breezy, vigorous way, and the other laughed with him. Previous conversations had already paved the way to a traveler's friendship, and the American had taken to him. "Up in the mountains," he replied. "Camping out and sleeping in the sun did it." "The Caucasus! I'd like to get up there myself a bit. I'm told they're a wonderful thing in the mountain line." Scenery for him was evidently a commercial commodity, or it was nothing. It was the most up-to-date nation in the world that spoke, in the van of civilization, representing the last word in progress due to triumph over nature. O'Malley said he'd never seen anything like them. He described the trees, the flowers, the tribes, the scenery in general. He dwelt upon the vast, uncultivated spaces, the amazing fruitfulness of the soil, the gorgeous beauty above all. "I'd like to get the overcrowded cities of England and Europe spread all over it," he said with enthusiasm. "There is room for thousands there to lead a simple life close to nature, in health and peace and happiness. Even your tired millionaires could escape their restless, feverish worries, lay down their weary burden of possessions, and enjoy the earth at last. The poor would cease to be with us, life become true and beautiful again." He let it pour out of him, building the scaffolding of his dream before him in the air, and filling it in with beauty. The American listened in patience, watching the walnut logs being towed through the water to the side of the ship. From time to time he spat on them, or into the sea. He let the beauty go completely past him. "Great idea, that," he interrupted at length. "You're interested, I see, in socialism and communistic schemes. There's money in them somewhere, right enough, if a man only could hit the right note at the first go-off. Take a bit of doing, though." One of the women from Baku came up and leaned upon the rails a little beyond them. The sickly odor of artificial scent wafted down. The attaché strolled along the deck and ogled her. "Get a few of that sort to draw the millionaires in, eh?" he added vulgarly. "Even those would come, yes," said the Irishman softly, realizing for the first time within his memory that his gorge did not rise. For they too would change, grow clean and sweet and beautiful. The engineer looked sharply into his face, uncertain whether he had not missed a clever witticism of his own kind. But O'Malley did not meet his glance. His eyes were far away upon the snowy summit of Olympus, where a flock of fleecy clouds hung hovering like the hair of the eternal gods. They say there's timber going to waste that you could get to the coast merely for the cost of drying it. Caucasian walnut, too, to burn. The other continued, getting on to safer ground. And labor's dirt cheap. There's every sort of mineral, too, God ever made. You could build light railways and run the show by electricity. And water power for the asking. You'd have to get a concession from Russia first, though, he added, spitting down upon a huge floating log in the clear sea underneath. And Russia's got palms that want a lot of greasing. I guess the natives, too, would take a bit of managing. The woman beyond had shifted several feet nearer, and after a pause the Irishman found no words to fill. His companion turned to address a remark to her. O'Malley took the opening and moved away. "Here's my card, anyway," the American added, handing him an overprinted bit of large pasteboard from a fat pocketbook that bore his name and address in silver on the outside. "If you develop the scheme and want a bit of money, count me in." He went to the other side of the vessel and watched the peasants on the lower deck. Their dirt seemed nothing by comparison. It was only on their clothes and bodies. The odor of this unwashed humanity was almost sweet and wholesome. It cleansed the sickly taint of that other scent from his palate. It washed his mind of thoughts as well. He stood there long in dreaming silence, while the sunlight on Olympus turned from gold to rose, and the sea took on the colors of the fading sky. He watched a dark-curd baby sliding down the tarpaulin. A kitten was playing with the loose end of rope too heavy for it to move. Further off, a huge fellow with bared chest and the hands of a colossus sat on a pile of canvas, playing softly on his wooden pipes. The dark hair fell across his eyes, and a group of women listened idly while they busied themselves with the cooking of the evening meal. Immediately beneath him, a splendid-eyed young woman crammed a baby to her naked breast. The kitten left the rope and played with the tassel of her scarlet shawl. And as he heard those pipes and watched the grave, untamed, strong faces of those wild peasant men and women, he understood that, low though they might be in the scale of evolution, there was yet absent from them the touch of that deteriorating something which civilization painted into those other countenances. But whether the word he sought was degradation or whether it was shame, he could not tell. In all they did, the way they moved, their dignity and independence, there was this something, he felt, that bordered on being impressive. Their wants were few, their worldly possessions in a bundle, yet they had this thing that set them in a place apart, if not above, these others. Beyond that simpering attaché, for all his worldly diplomacy, that engineer with brains and skill, those painted women with their clever playing upon the feelings and desires of their kind. There was this difference that set the ragged, dirty crew in a proud and quiet atmosphere that made them seem almost distinguished by comparison, and certainly more desirable. Rough and untutored though they doubtless were, they still possessed unspoiled that deeper and more elemental nature that bound them closer to the earth. It needed training, guidance, purifying, yes, but in the last resort, was it not of greater spiritual significance and value than the mode of comparatively recently developed reason by which civilization had produced these other types? He watched them long. The sun sank out of sight. The sea turned dark. 10,000 stars shone softly in the sky, and while the steamer swung about and made for peaked Andros and the coast of Greece, for peaked Andros and the coast of Greece, he still stood on in reverie and wonder. The wings of his great dream stirred mightily, and he saw pale millions of men and women trooping through the gates of horn and ivory into that garden where they should find peace and happiness in clean simplicity, close to the earth. Chapter 42. There followed 4 days then of sea, Greece left behind, Messina and the Lipari Islands passed, and the blue outline of Sardinia and Corsica began to keep pace with them as they neared the narrow straits of Bonifacio between them. The passengers came up to watch the rocky desolate shores slip by so close, and Captain Bergerfelder was on the bridge. Grey-headed rocks rose everywhere close about the ship. Overhead the seagulls cried and circled. No vegetation was visible on either shore, no houses, no abode of man, nothing but the lighthouses, then miles of deserted rock, dressed in those splendors of the sun's good night. The dinner gong had sounded, but the sight was too magnificent to leave, for the setting sun floated on an emblazoned sea and stared straight against them in level glory down the narrow passage. Unimaginable colors painted sky and wave. The ruddy cliffs of bleak loneliness rose from a bed of flame. Soft airs fanned the cheeks with welcome coolness after the fierce heat of the day. There was a scent of wild honey in the air, borne from the purple uplands, far, far away. I wonder if they realized that a god is passing close. The Irishman murmured with a rising of the heart, and that here is a great mood of the earth consciousness, inviting them to peace. Or do they merely see a yellow sun that dips beneath a violet sea? The washing of the water past the steamer's sides caught away the rest of the half-whispered words. He remembered that host of many thousand heads that bowed in silence while a god swept by. It was almost a shock to hear a voice replying close beside him. "Come to my cabin when you're ready. My windows open to the west. We can be alone together. We can have there what food we need. You would prefer it, perhaps." He felt the touch of that sympathetic hand upon his shoulder, and bent his head to signify agreement. For a moment, face to face with that superb sunset, he had known a deep and utter peace in the vast bosom of this greater soul about him. Her consciousness had again bruised and fringed his own. Across that delicately divided threshold, the beauty and the power of the gods had poured in a flood into his being. And only there was peace, only there was joy, only there was the death of those ancient yearnings that tortured his little personal and separate existence. The return to the world was aching pain again. The old loneliness that seemed more than he could bear swept icily through him, contracting life and freezing every spring of joy. For in that single instant of return he felt pass into him a loneliness of the whole travailing world, the loneliness of countless centuries, the loneliness of all the races of the earth who were exiled and had lost the way. Too deep it lay for words or tears or sighs. The doctor's invitation came most opportunely, and presently, in silence, he turned his back upon that opal sky of dream from which the sun had gone, and walked slowly down the deck toward Stahl's cabin. "If only I can share it with them," he thought as he went. "If only men will listen, if only they will come. To keep it all to myself, to dream alone, will kill me." And as he stood before the door, it seemed he heard wild rushing through the sky, the tramping of 1,000 hoofs, a roaring of the wind, the joy of that free torrential passage with the earth. He turned the handle and entered the cozy room where weeks before they held the inquest on the little empty tenement of flesh, remembering how that other figure had once stood where he now stood, part of the sunrise, part of the sea, part of the morning winds. They had their meal almost in silence, while the glow of sunset filled the cabin through the western row of portholes, and when it was over, Stahl made the coffee as of old, and lit the familiar black cigar. Slowly, O'Malley's pain and restlessness gave way before the other's soothing quiet. He had never known him before so calm and gentle, so sympathetic, almost tender. The usual sarcasm seemed veiled in sadness. There was no irony in the voice, nor mockery in the eyes. Then, to the Irishman, it came suddenly that all these days, while he had been lost in dreaming, the doctor had kept him as of old under close observation. The completeness of his reverie had concealed from him this steady scrutiny. He had been oblivious to the fact that Stahl had all the time been watching, investigating, keenly examining. Abruptly, he now realized it. And then Stahl spoke. His tone was winning, his manner frank and inviting, but it was the sadness about him that won O'Malley's confidence so wholly. "I can guess," he said, "something of the dream you've brought with you from those mountains. I can understand, more perhaps than you imagine, and I can sympathize, more than you think possible. Tell me about it fully, if you can. I see your heart is very full, and in the telling you will find relief. I am not hostile, as you sometimes feel. Tell me, my dear young clear-eyed friend, tell me your vision and your hope. Perhaps I might even help, for there may be things that I could also tell to you in return." Something in the choice of words, none of which offended, in the atmosphere and setting, no detail of which jarred, and in the degree of balance between utterance and silence his world of inner forces just then knew, combined to make the invitation irresistible. Moreover, he had wanted to tell it all these days. Stahl was already half convinced. Stahl would surely understand and help him. It was the psychological moment for confession. The two men rose in the same moment. Stahl to lock the cabin doors against interruption, O'Malley to set their chairs more closely side by side so that talking should be easiest. And then, without demur or hesitation, he opened his heart to this other and let the floodgates of his soul swing wide. He told the vision and he told the dream. He told of his hope as well. And the story of his passion, filled in with pages from those notebooks he ever carried in his pocket, still lasted when the western glow had faded from the sky, and the thick-sown stars shone down upon the gliding steamer. The hush of night lay soft upon the world before he finished. He told the thing complete, much, I imagine, as he told it all to me, upon the roof of that apartment building, and in the dingy Soho restaurant. He told it without reservations, his lifelong yearnings, the explanation brought by the presence of the silent stranger upon the outward voyage, the journey to the garden, the vision that all life, from gods to flowers, from men to mountains, lay contained in the conscious being of the earth, that beauty was but glimpses of her essential nakedness, and that salvation of the world's disease of modern life was to be found in a general return to the simplicity of nature close against her mothering heart. He told it all, in words that his passionate joy chose faultlessly. And Heinrich Stahl, in silence, listened. He asked no single question. He made no movement in his chair. His black cigar went out before the half of it was smoked. The darkness hid his face impenetrably. And no one came to interrupt. The murmur of the speeding steamer, the occasional footsteps on the deck as passengers passed to and fro in the cool of the night, were the only sounds that broke the music of that incurable idealist's impassioned story. Chapter 43. And then, at length, there came a change of voice across the cabin. The Irishman had finished. He sank back into the deep leather chair, exhausted physically, but with the exultation of his mighty hope still pouring at full strength through his heart. For he had ventured further than ever before, and had spoken of a possible crusade, a crusade that should preach peace and happiness to every living creature. And Dr. Stahl, in a voice that showed how deeply he was moved, asked quietly, "By leading the nations back to nature, you think they shall advance to truth at last?" "With time," was the reply, "the first step lies there, in changing the direction of the world's activities, changing it from the transient outer to the eternal inner. In this simple life, external possessions unnecessary and recognized as vain, the soul would turn within and seek reality. Only a tiny section of humanity has time to do it now. There is no leisure. Civilization means acquirement for the body. It ought to mean development for the soul. Once sweep aside the trash and rubbish men seek outside themselves today, and the wings of their smothered souls would stir again. Consciousness would expand. Nature would draw them first. They would come to feel the earth as I did. Self would disappear, and with it this false sense of separateness. The greater consciousness would waken in them. The peace and joy and blessedness of inner growth would fill their lives. But first, this childish battling to the death for external things must cease, and civilization stand revealed for the bleak and empty desolate thing it really is. It leads away from God and from the things that are eternal." The German made no answer. O'Malley ceased to speak. A long silence fell between them. Then, presently, Stahl relighted his cigar, and lapsing into his native tongue, always a sign with him of deepest seriousness, he began to talk. "You've honored me," he said, "with a great confidence, and I am deeply, deeply grateful. You have told me your inmost dream, the thing men find it hardest of all to speak about." He felt in the darkness for his companion's hand and held it tightly for a moment. He made no other comment upon what he had heard. "And in return, in some small way of return," he continued, "I may ask you to listen to something of my own, something of possible interest. No one has ever known it from my lips. Only in our earlier conversations on the outward voyage, I hinted at it once or twice. I sometimes warned you." "I remember. You said he'd get me, win me over. Appropriation was the word you used." "I suggested caution, yes. Urged you not to let yourself go too completely. Told you he represented danger to yourself and to humanity as it is organized today." "And all the rest," put in O'Malley, a shade impatiently, "I remember perfectly." "Because I knew what I was talking about." The doctor's voice came across the darkness somewhat ominously, and then he added in a louder tone, evidently sitting forward as he said it, "But the thing that has happened to yourself, as I foresaw it would, had already almost happened to me too." "To you, doctor, too!" exclaimed the Irishman in the moment's pause that followed. "I saved myself just in time, by getting rid of the cause." "You discharged him from the hospital because you were afraid." He said it sharply, as though an instant of the old resentment had flashed up. By way of answer, Stahl rose from his chair and abruptly turned up the electric lamp upon the desk that faced them across the cabin. Evidently, he preferred the light. O'Malley saw that his face was white and very grave. He grasped for the first time that the man was speaking professionally. The truth came driving next behind it, that Stahl regarded him as a patient. "Please go on, doctor," he said, keenly on the watch. "I'm deeply interested." The wings of his great dream still bore him too far aloft for him to feel more than the merest passing annoyance at his discovery. Resentment had gone too. Sadness and disappointment for an instant touched him, perhaps but momentarily. In the end he felt sure that Stahl would stand at his side, completely won over and convinced. "You had a similar experience to my own, you say," he urged him. "I am all eagerness and sympathy to hear." "We'll talk in the open air," the doctor answered, and ringing the bell for the steward to clear away, he drew his companion out to the deserted decks. They moved toward the bows, past the sleeping peasants. The stars were mirrored in a glassy sea, and toward the north the hills of Corsica stood faintly outlined in the sky. It was already long after midnight.
"Yes, a similar thing nearly happened to me,"
he resumed, as they settled themselves against a coil of rope where only the murmur of the washing sea could reach them.
"And might have happened to others, too. Inmates of that big Kranken house were variously affected. My action, tardy I must admit, saved myself and them."
And the German then told his story as a man might tell of his escape from some grave disaster. In the emphatic sentences of his native language, he told it, congratulating himself all through. The Russian had almost won him over, gained possession of his heart and mind, persuaded him, but in the end had failed, because the other ran away. It was like hearing a man describe an attempt to draw him into heaven, then boast of his escape. His caution and his judgment, as he put it, saved him, but to the listening Celt it rather seemed that his compromise it was that damned him. The kingdom of heaven is hard to enter, for Stahl had possessions not of the wood and metal order, but possessions of the brain and reason he was too proud to forego completely. They kept him out. With increasing sadness, too, he heard it, for here, he realized, was the mental attitude of an educated, highly civilized man today, a representative type regarded by the world as highest. It was this he had to face. Moreover, Stahl was more than merely educated. He was understandingly sympathetic, meeting the great dream halfway, seeing in it possibilities, admitting its high beauty, and even sometimes speaking of it with hope and a touch of enthusiasm. Its originator, nonetheless, he regarded as a reactionary dreamer, an unsettling and disordered influence, a patient, if not even something worse. Stahl's voice and manner were singular while he told it all, revealing one moment the critical mind that analyzed and judged, and the next an enthusiasm almost of the mystic. Alternately, like the man and woman of those quaint old weather-glasses, each peered out and showed a face, the reins of compromise, yet ever seeking to hold them well in leash and drive them together. Hardly, it seems, had the strange Russian been under his care a week before he passed beneath the sway of his curious personality and experienced the attack of singular emotions upon his heart and mind. He described at first the man's arrival, telling it with the calm and balanced phrases the doctor uses when speaking merely of a patient who had stirred his interest. He first detailed the method of suggestion he had used to revive the lapsed memory, and its utter failure. Then he passed on to speak of him more generally, but briefly and condensed.
"The man," he said, "was so engaging, so docile, his personality altogether so attractive and mysterious, that I took the case myself, instead of delegating it to my assistants. All efforts to trace his past collapsed. It was as if he had drifted into that little hotel out of the night of time. Of madness there was no evidence whatever. The association of ideas in his mind, though limited, was logical and rigid. His health was perfect, barring strange, sudden fever. His vitality tremendous. Yet he ate most sparingly, and the only food he touched was fruit and milk and vegetables. Meat made him sick. The huge frame shuddered when he saw it. And from all the human beings in the place with whom he came in contact, he shrank with a kind of puzzled dismay. With animals, most oddly it seemed, he sought companionship. He would run to the window if a dog barked, or to hear a horse's hoofs. A Persian cat belonging to one of the nurses never left his side, and I have seen the trees in the yard outside his window, thick with birds, and even found them in the room and on the sill, flitting about his very person, unafraid and singing. With me, as with the attendants, his speech was almost nil. Laconic words in various languages, clipped phrases that sometimes combined Russian, French, or German, other tongues as well. But strangest of all, with animal life, he seemed to hold this kind of communication that was intelligible both to himself and them. Animals certainly were aware of him. It was not speech. It ran in a deep, continuous murmur, like a droning, humming sound of wind. I took the hint thus faintly offered. I gave him his freedom in the yards and gardens. The open air and intercourse with natural life was what he craved. The sadness and the air of puzzled fretting then left his face. His eyes grew bright, his whole presentment happier. He ran and laughed and even sang. The fever that had troubled him all vanished. Often, myself, I took the place of nurse or orderly to watch him, for the man's presence more than interested me. It gave me a renewed sense of life that was exhilarating, invigorating, delightful. And in his appearance, meanwhile, something that was not size or physical measurement turned tremendous. A part of me that was not mind, a sort of forgotten instinct, blindly groping, came of its own accord to regard him as some loose fragment of a natural cosmic life that had somehow blundered down into a human organism it sought to use. And then it was for the first time I recognized the spell he had cast upon me. For when the committee decided there was no reason to keep him longer, I urged that he should stay. Making a special plea, I took him as a private patient of my own. I kept him under closer personal observation than ever before. I needed him. Something deep within me, something undivined hitherto, called out into life by his presence, could not do without him. This new craving, breakingly wild and sweet, awoke in my blood and cried for him. His presence nourished it in me. Most insidiously, it attacked me. It stirred deep down among the roots of my being. It threatened my personality, seems the best way I can put it. For, turning a critical analysis upon it, I discovered that it was an undermining and revolutionary change, going steadily forward in my character. Its growth had hitherto been secret. When I first recognized its presence, the thing was already strong. For a long time it had been building. And the change, in a word, you will grasp my meaning from the shortest description of essentials, was this: that ambition left me, ordinary desire crumbled, the outer world men value so began to fade.
And in their place, cried O'Malley breathlessly, interrupting for the first time,
came a rushing, passionate desire to escape from cities, and to live for beauty and simplicity in the wilderness, to taste the life he seemed to know, to go out blindly with him into woods and desolate places, and be mixed and blended with the loveliness of earth and nature. This was the first thing I knew. It was like an expansion of my normal world, almost an extension of consciousness. It somehow threatened my sense of personal identity, and it made me hesitate.
O'Malley caught the tremor in his voice. Even in the telling of it, the passion plucked at him, for here, as ever, he stood on the borderline of compromise, his heart tempting him toward salvation, his brain and reason tugging at the brakes. The sham and emptiness of modern life, its drab vulgarity, the unworthiness of its very ideals, stood appallingly revealed before some inner eye just opening. I felt shaken to the core of what had seemed hitherto my very solid and estimable self. How the man thus so powerfully affected me lies beyond all intelligible explanation. To use the obvious catchword hypnotism is to use a toy and stop a leak with paper, for his influence was unconsciously exerted. He cast no net of clever persuasive words about my thought. Out of that deep, strange silence of the man it somehow came. His actions, and his simple happiness of face and manner, both in some sense the raw material of speech perhaps, may have operated as potently suggestive agents, but no adequate causes to justify the result, apart from the fantastic theories I have mentioned, have ever yet come within the range of my understanding.
I can only give you the undeniable effects.
Your sense of extended consciousness, asked his listener, was this continuous once it had begun?
It came in patches, Stahl continued. My normal, everyday self was thus able to check it. While it derided, commiserated this everyday self, the latter stood in dread of it, and even awe. My training, you see, regarded it as symptom of disorder, a beginning of unbalance that might end in insanity, the thin wedge of a dissociation of the personality Morton Prince and others have described.
His speech grew more and more jerky, even incoherent. Evidently, the material had not even now been fully reduced to order in his mind.
Among other curious symptoms, I soon established that this subtle spreading of my consciousness grew upon me especially during sleep. The business of the day distracted, scattered it. On waking in the morning, as with the physical fatigue that comes toward the closing of the day, it was strongest. And so, in order to examine it closely, when in fullest manifestation, I came to spend the nights with him. I would creep in while he slept, and stay till morning, alternately sleeping and waking myself. I watched the two of us together. I also watched the two in me. And thus it was I made the further strange discovery that the influence he exerted on me was strongest while he slept. It is best described by saying that in his sleep I was conscious that he sought to draw me with him, away somewhere into his own wonderful world, the state or region, that is, where he manifested completely instead of partially, as I knew him here. His personality was a channel somewhere out into a living, conscious nature.
Only, interrupted O'Malley, you felt that to yield and go involved some nameless inner catastrophe, and so resisted. He chose his phrase with purpose.
Because I discovered,
was the pregnant answer, given steadily while he watched his listener closely through the darkness,
that this desire for escape the man had awakened in me was nothing more or less than the desire to leave the world, to leave the conditions that prevented, in fact, to leave the body. My discontent with modern life had gone as far as that. It was the birth of the suicidal mania.
The pause that followed the words, on the part of Dr. Stahl at any rate, was intentional. O'Malley held his peace. The men shifted their places on the coil of rope, for both were cramped and stiff with the lengthy session. For a minute or two they leaned over the bulwarks and watched the phosphorescent foam in silence. The blue mountainous shores slipped past in shadowy line against the stars. But when they sat down again, their relative positions were not what they had been before. Dr. Stahl had placed himself between his listener and the sea, and O'Malley did not let the maneuver escape him. Smiling to himself, he noticed it. Just as surely he noticed, too, that the whole recital was being told to him with a purpose. You really need not be afraid, he could not resist saying. The idea of escape that way has never even come to me at all. And anyhow, I've far too much on hand first in telling the world my message. He laughed in the silence that took his words, for Stahl said nothing and made as though he had not heard. But the Irishman understood that it was in the spirit of feeble compromise that danger lay, if danger there was at all, and he himself was far beyond such weakness. His eye was single, and his body full of light, and the faith that plays with mountains had made him whole. Return to nature for him involved no denial of human life, nor depreciation of human interests, but only a revolutionary shifting of values.
And it was one night while he slept, and I watched him in the little room,
resumed the German, as though there had been no interruption.
I noticed first so decisively this growing of a singular size about him I have already mentioned, and grasped its meaning. For the bulk of the man, while growing, emerging, rather I should say, assumed another shape than his own. It was not my eyes that saw it. I saw him as he felt himself to be. The creature's personality, his essential inner being, was acting directly upon my own. His influence was at me from another point or angle. First the emotions, then the senses, you see. It was a finely organized attack. I definitely understood at last that my mind was affected, and proved it, too, for the instant effort I made at recovery resulted in my seeing him normal again. The size and shape retreated the moment I denied them. O'Malley noticed how the speaker's voice lingered over the phrase. Again he knew the intention of the pause that followed. He held his peace, however, and waited.
Nor was sight the only sense affected,
Stahl continued,
for smell and hearing also brought their testimony. Through all but touch, indeed, the hallucination attacked me. For sometimes at night, while I sat up watching in the little room, there rose outside the open window in the yards and gardens a sound of tramping, a distant roaring as of voices in a rising wind, a rushing hollow murmur, confused and deep like that of forests, or the swift passage of a host of big birds across the sky. I heard it, both in the air and on the ground, this tramping on the lawns, this curious shaking of the atmosphere, and with it at the same time a sharp and mingled perfume that made me think of earth and leaves, of flowers after rain, of plains and open spaces, most singular of all, of animals and horses. Before the firm denial of my mind, they vanished, just as the change of form had vanished. But both left me weaker than they found me, more tender to attack. Moreover, I understood most plainly that they emanated all from him. These emanations came, too, chiefly, as I mentioned, whilst he slept. In sleep, it seemed, he set them free. The slumber of the body disengaged them. And then the instinct came to warn me, presenting itself with the authority of an unanswerable intuition, the realization, namely, that if for a single moment in his presence I slept, the changes would leap forward in my own being, and I should join him.
"Escape! No freedom in a larger consciousness!" cried the other.
And for a man of my point of view and training to have permitted such a conviction at all,
he went on, the interruption utterly ignored again,
proves how far along the road I had already traveled without knowing it. Only at the time I was not aware of this. It was the shock of full discovery later that brought me to my senses, when, seeking to withdraw, I found I could not.
"And so you ran away." It came out bluntly enough, with a touch of scorn, but ill-concealed.
"We discharged him. But before that came, there was more I have to tell you, if you still care to hear it."
"I'm not tired, if that's what you mean. I could listen all night, as far as that goes." He rose to stretch his legs a moment, and Stahl rose too, instantly. Together they leaned over the bulwarks. The German's hat was off, and the air made by the steamer's passage drew his beard out. The warm, soft wind brought odors of sea and shore. It caressed their faces, then passed on across those sleeping peasants on the lower deck. The masts and rigging swung steadily against the host of stars.
"Before I thus knew myself half caught," continued the doctor, standing now close enough beside him for actual contact, "and found it difficult to get away, other things had happened. Things that confirmed the change so singularly begun in me. They happened everywhere. Confirmation came from many quarters. Though slight enough, they filled in all the gaps and crevices, strengthened the joints, and built the huge illusion round me, all complete until it held me like a prison. And they are difficult to tell. Only indeed to yourself, who underwent a similar experience up there in the mountains, could they bring much meaning. You had the same temptation, and you weathered the same storm."
He caught O'Malley's arm a moment and held it.
"You escaped this madness just as I did, and you will realize what I mean when I say that the sensation of losing my sense of personal identity became so dangerously, so seductively strong. The feeling of extended consciousness became delicious, too delicious to resist. A kind of pagan joy and exultation known to some in early youth, but put away with the things of youth, possessed me. In the presence of this other's soul, so strangely powerful in its silence and simplicity, I felt as though I touched new sources of life. I tapped them. They poured down and flooded me with dreams that could really haunt, with unsettling thoughts of glory and delight beyond the body. I got clean away into nature. I felt as though some portion of me, just awakening, reached out across him into rain and sunshine, far up into the sweet and starry sky, as a tree growing out of a thicket that chokes its lower part finds light and freedom at the top.
"It caught you badly, Doctor," O'Malley murmured. "The gods came close."
So badly that I loathed the prisoned darkness that held me so thickly in the body. I longed to know my being all dispersed through nature, scattered with dew and wind, shining with the starlight and the sun, and the manner of escape I hinted to you a little while ago came to seem right and necessary. Lawful, it seemed, and obvious. The mania literally obsessed me, though still I tried to hide it, even from myself, and struggled in resistance.
"You spoke just now of other things that came to confirm it," the Irishman said while the other paused to take breath. All this he knew. He grew wary of Stahl's clever laboring the point that it was madness. A little knowledge is ever dangerous, and he saw so clearly why the hesitation of the merely intellectual man had led him into error. "Did you mean that others acknowledged this influence as well as yourself?"
"You shall read that for yourself tomorrow," came the answer in the detailed report I drew up afterwards. "It is far too long to tell you now, but I may mention something of it. That breaking out of patients was a curious thing, their trying to escape, their dreams and singing, their efforts sometimes to approach his room, their longing for the open and the gardens, the deep, prolonged entrancing of a few, the sounds of rushing, tramping that they too heard, the violence of some, the silent ecstasy of others. The thing may find its parallel, perhaps, in the collective mania that sometimes afflicts religious communities, in monasteries or convents. Only here there was no preacher and eloquent leader to induce hysteria, nothing but that silent dynamo of power, gentle and winning as a little child, a being who could not put a phrase together, exerting his potent spell unconsciously, and chiefly while he slept. For the phenomena, almost without exception, came in the night, and often at their fullest strength, as afterwards reported to me, while I dozed in his room and watched beside his motionless and slumbering form. Oh, and there was more as well, much more, as you shall read. The stories my assistants brought me, the tales of frightened nurse and warder, the amazing yarns the porter stammered out, of strangers who had rung the bell at dawn, trying to push past him through the door, saying they were messengers and had been summoned, sent for, had to come. Large, curious, windy figures, or, as he sometimes called them with unconscious humor, like creatures out of fairy books or circuses, that always vanished as suddenly as they came. Making every allowance for excitement and exaggeration, the tales were strange enough, I can assure you, and the way many of the patients knew their visions intensified, their illusions doubly strengthened, their efforts even to destroy themselves in many cases, almost more than the staff could deal with. All this brought the matter to a climax, and made my duty very plain at last.
"And the effect upon yourself, at its worst?" asked his listener quietly. Stahl sighed wearily a little as he answered with a new-found sadness in his tone. "I've told you briefly that," he said. "Repetition cannot strengthen it. The worthlessness of the majority of human aims today expresses it best. What you have called yourself the horror of civilization.
The vanity of all life's modern, so-called up-to-date tendencies for outer mechanical developments. A wild, mad beauty streaming from that man's personality overran the whole place and caught a lot of us, myself especially, with a lust for simple, natural things, and with a passion for spiritual beauty to accompany them. Fame, wealth, position seemed the shadows then, and something else, it's hard to name, announced itself as the substance. I wanted to clear out and live with nature, to know simplicity, unselfish purposes, a golden state of childlike existence close to dawns and dew and running water, cared for by woods and blessed by all the winds. He paused again for breath, then added, "And that's just where the mania caught at me so cunningly, till I saw it and called a halt." Ah! For the thing I sought, the thing he knew, and perhaps remembered, was not possible in the body. It was a spiritual state.
Or to be known subjectively. O'Malley checked him.
"I am no lotus-eater by nature," he went on with energy, "and so I fought and conquered it. But first, I tell you, it came upon me like a tempest, a hurricane of wonder and delight. I've always held, like yourself perhaps, that civilization brings its own army of diseases, and that the few illnesses known to ruder savage races can be cured by simple means the earth herself supplies. And along this line of thought the thing swept into me, the line of my own head-learning. This was natural enough, too, that it thus at first deceived me. For the quack cures of history come to this, herb simples and the rest, only we know them now as sun cure, water cure, open air cure, old knipe, seawater, and 100 others. Doctors have never swarmed before as they do now, and these artificial diseases civilization brings in such quantity seemed all at once to mean the abeyance of some central life or power men ought to share with nature. You shall read it all in my written report. I merely wish to show you now how the insidious thing got at me along the line of my special knowledge. I saw the truth that priests and doctors are the only possible and necessary professions in the world, and that they should be really but a single profession.
Chapter 44. He drew suddenly back with a kind of jerk. It was as though he realized abruptly that he had said too much, had overdone it. He took his companion by the arm and led him down the decks. As they passed the bridge, the captain called out a word of welcome to them, and his jolly boisterous laugh ran down the wind. The American engineer came from behind a dark corner, almost running into them. His face was flushed. "It's like a furnace below," he said in his nasal familiar manner. "Too hot to sleep. I've run up for a gulp of air." He made as though he would join them.
"The wind's behind us, yes," replied the doctor in a different tone, "and there's no draught."
With a gesture, half bow, half dismissal, he made even this thick-skinned member of the greatest civilization on earth understand he was not wanted, and they turned at the cabin door. O'Malley a moment wondering at the admirable dignity with which the little man had managed the polite dismissal. Himself, perhaps, he would not have minded the diversion. He was a little wary of the German's long recital. The confession had not been complete, he felt. Much had been held back. It was not altogether straightforward. The dishonesty which hides in compromise peeped through it everywhere. And the incoherence of the latter part had almost bored him, for it was, he easily divined, a studied incoherence. It was meant to touch a similar weakness in himself, if there. But it was not there. He saw through the whole maneuver. Stahl wished to warn and save him by showing that the experience they had partly shared was nothing but a strange mental disorder. He wished to force in this subtle way his own interpretation of it upon his friend. Yet at the same time the intuitive Irishman discerned that other tendency in the man which would so gladly perhaps have welcomed a different explanation, and even in some fashion did actually accept it. O'Malley smiled inwardly as he watched him prepare the coffee as of old, and patiently he waited for the rest that was to come. In a certain sense, it all was useful. It would be helpful later. This was an attitude he would often have to face when he returned to civilized life and tried to tell his message to the thinking, educated men of today, the men he must win over, somehow, to his dream, the men without whose backing no movement could hope to meet with even a measure of success.
So, like myself,
said Stahl, as he carefully tended the flame of the spirit lamp between them,
you have escaped by the skin of your teeth, as it were, and I congratulate you heartily.
I thank you, said the other dryly.
You write your version now, and I'll write mine. Indeed, it is already almost finished. Then we'll compare notes. Perhaps we might even publish them together.
He poured out the fragrant coffee. They faced each other across the little table, but O'Malley did not take the bait. He wished to hear the balance his companion still might tell, and presently he asked for it. With the discharge of your patient, the trouble ceased at once, then?
Comparatively soon. It gradually subsided, yes.
And as regards yourself?
I came back to my senses. I recovered my control. The insubordinate impulses I had known retired.
He smiled as he sipped his coffee.
You see me now, he added, looking his companion steadily in the eyes, a sane and commonplace ship's doctor.
I congratulate you.
Vielen Dank, he bowed.
On what you missed, yet almost accomplished, the other finished. You might have known, like me, the cosmic consciousness. You might have met the gods.
In a strait waistcoat,
the doctor added with a snap. They laughed at one another across their coffee cups, as once before they had laughed across their glasses of Cachetian wine, two eternally antagonistic types that will exist as long as life itself. But, contrary to his expectations, the German had a little more to tell. He mentioned how the experience had led his mind into strange and novel reading in his desire to know what other minds might have to offer by way of explanation, even the most fanciful and far-fetched. He told, though very briefly, how he had picked up Fechner, among others, and carefully studied his poetic theories, and read besides the best accounts of spiritistic phenomena, as also of the rarer states of hysteria, double consciousness, multiple personality, and even those looser theories which suggest that a portion of the human constitution called astral or etheric may escape from the parent center and, carrying with it the subtler forces of desire and yearning, construct a vivid, subjective state of mind which is practically its heaven of hope and longing all fulfilled. He did not, however, betray the results upon himself of all this curious reading and study, nor mention what he found of truth or probability in it all. He merely quoted books and authors, in at least 3 languages, that stretched in a singular and catholic array from Plato and the Neoplatonists across the ages to Myers, Duprel, Flournoy, Lodge, and Morton Prince. Out of the lot, perhaps, O'Malley gathered it by inference rather than from actual statement, from fragments of their talks upon the outward voyage, more than from anything let fall just then. Fechner had proved the most persuasive to this man's contradictory and original mind. It certainly seemed, at least, as if he knew some secret sympathetic leaning toward the idea that consciousness and matter were inseparable, and that a cosmic consciousness of sorts might pertain to the Earth as equally to all the other stars and planets. The Urwelt idea he so often referred to had seized a part of his imagination. That, at least, was clear. The Irishman drank it all in, but he was too exhausted now to argue, and too full, besides, to ask questions. His natural volubility forsook him. He let the doctor have his say without interruptions. He took the warnings with the rest of it. Nothing the other said had changed him. It was not the first sunrise they had watched together, and as they took the morning air on the deck once more, Corsica rising like a dream the night had left behind her on the sea, he listened with fainter interest to the German's concluding sentences.
At any rate, you now understand why on that other voyage I was so eager to watch you with your friend, so keen to separate you, to prevent your sleeping with him, and at the same time so desirous to see his influence upon you at close quarters, and also why I always understood so well what was going on both outwardly and within.
O'Malley quietly reiterated the belief he still held in the power of his own dream. "I shall go home and give my message to the world," was what he said quietly. "I think it's true."
"It's better to keep silent," was the answer, "for even if true, the world is not ready yet to listen. It will evaporate, you'll find, in the telling. You'll find there's nothing to tell. Besides, a dream like yours must dawn on all at once, and not on merely one. No one will understand you."
"I can but try."
"You will reach no men of action, and few of intellect. You will merely stuff the dreamers who are already stuffed enough. What is the use, I ask you? What is the use?"
"It will set the world on fire for simplicity," the other murmured, knowing the great sweet passion flame within him as he watched the sun come slowly out of the rosy sea. "All the use in the world."
"None,"
was the laconic answer. "They might know the gods," cried O'Malley, using the phrase that symbolized for him the entire vision. Stahl looked at him for some time before he spoke. Again that expression of wistful, almost longing admiration shone in the brown eyes.
"My friend," he answered gravely, "men do not want to know the gods. They prefer their delights less subtle. They crave the cruder physical sensations that bang them toward excitement."
"Of disease, of pain, of separateness," put in the other. The German shrugged his shoulders.
"It's the stage they're at," he said. "You, if you have success, will merely make a few uncomfortable. The majority will hardly turn their heads. To 1 in a million you may bring peace and happiness."
"It's worth it," cried the Irishman, "even for that one." Stahl answered very gently, smiling with his new expression of tenderness and sympathy.
"Dream your great dream if you will, but dream it, my friend, alone, in peace and silence. That one I speak of is yourself."
The doctor pressed his hand and turned toward his cabin. O'Malley stood a little longer to share the sunrise. Neither spoke another word. He heard the door shut softly behind him. The unspoken answer in his mind was in 2 words, 2 common little adjectives: coward and selfish. But Stahl, once in the privacy of his cabin, judging by the glance visible on his face ere he closed the door, may probably have known a very different thought, and possibly he uttered it below his breath. A sigh most certainly escaped his lips, a sigh half sadness, half relief, for O'Malley remembered it afterwards.
"Beautiful, foolish dreamer among men, but, thank God, harmless to others and himself."
And soon afterwards O'Malley also went to his cabin. Before sleep took him, he lay deep in a mood of sadness, almost as though he had heard his friend's unspoken thought. He realized the insuperable difficulties that lay before him. The world would think him mad, but harmless. Then, with full sleep, he slipped across that sunrise and found the old world garden. He held the eternal password: "I can but try." Chapter 45. And here the crowded, muddled notebooks come to an end. The rest was action and inevitable disaster. The brief history of O'Malley's mad campaign may be imagined. To a writer who found interest in the study of forlorn hopes and their leaders, a detailed record of this particular one might seem worthwhile. For me personally, it is too sad and too pathetic. I cannot bring myself to tell, much less to analyze, the story of a broken heart, when that heart and story are those of a close and deeply admired intimate, a man who gave me genuine love and held my own. Besides, although a curious chapter in uncommon human nature, it is not by any means a new one. It is the true story of many a poet and dreamer since the world began, though perhaps not often told, nor even guessed. And only the poets themselves, especially the little poets who cannot utter half the fire that consumes them, may know the searing pain and passion, and the true inwardness of it all. Most of those months it chanced I was away, and only fragments of the foolish enterprise could reach me. But nothing, I think, could have stopped him, nor any worldly, selfish wisdom made him even pause. The thing possessed him utterly. It had to flame its way out as best it could. To high and low, he preached by every means in his power the simple life. He preached the mystical life as well, that the true knowledge and the true progress are within, that they both pertain to the inner being and have no chief concern with external things. He preached it wildly, lopsidedly, in or out of season, knowing no half measures. His enthusiasm obscured his sense of proportion, and the extravagance hid the germ of truth that undeniably lay in his message. To put the movement on its feet at first, he realized every possession that he had. It left him penniless, if he was not almost so already, and in the end it left him smothered beneath the glory of his blinding and unutterable dream. He never understood that suggestion is more effective than a sledgehammer. His faith was no mere little seed of mustard, but a full-fledged forest singing its message in a wind of thunder. He shouted it aloud to the world. I think the acid disappointment that lies beneath that trite old phrase, a broken heart, was never really his. For indeed it seemed that his cruel, ludicrous failure merely served to strengthen hope and purpose by making him seek for a better method of imparting what he had to say. In the end he learned the bitter lesson to the full, but faith never trailed a single feather. Those jeering audiences in the park, those empty benches in many a public hall, those brief, ignoring paragraphs in the few newspapers that filled a vacant corner by labeling him crank and long-haired prophet, even the silence that greeted his pamphlets, his letters to the press, and all the rest, hurt him for others rather than for himself. His pain was altruistic, never personal. His dream and motive, his huge, unwieldy compassion, his genuine love for humanity, all were big enough for that. And so, I think, he missed the personal mortification that disappointment so deep might bring to dreamers with an aim less unadulteratedly pure. His eye was single to the end. He attributed only the highest motives to all who offered help. The very quacks and fools who flocked to his banner, eager to exploit their smaller fads by joining them to his own, he welcomed, only regretting that, as Stahl had warned him, he could not attract a better class of mind. He could not even see through the maneuvers of the occasional women of wealth and title who sought to conceal their own mediocrity by advertising in their drawing-rooms the eccentricities of men like himself. And to the end he had the courage of his glorious convictions. The change of method that he learned at last, moreover, was characteristic of this faith and courage. "I've begun at the wrong end," he said. "I shall never reach men through their intellects. Their brains today are occupied by the machine-made gods of civilization. I cannot change the direction of their thoughts and lusts from outside. The momentum is too great to stop that way. I must get at them from within. To reach their hearts, the new ideas must rise up from within. I see the truer way. I must do it from the other side. It must come to them in beauty." For he was, to the last, convinced that death would merge him in the being of the earth's collective consciousness, and that, lost in her deep, eternal beauty, he thus might reach the hearts of men in some stray glimpse of nature's loveliness, and register his flaming message. He loved to quote from Irenaeus, "He is made one with nature, there is heard his voice in all her music, from the moan of thunder to the song of night's sweet bird. He is a presence to be felt and known, in darkness and in light, from herb and stone, spreading itself wherever that power may move. Which has withdrawn his being to its own, he is a portion of the loveliness, which once he made more lovely, he doth bear his part, while one's spirit's plastic stress sweeps through the dull dense world." And this thought, phrased in a dozen different ways, was always on his lips. To dream was right and useful, even to dream alone, because the beauty of the dream must add to the beauty of the whole of which it is a part and an interpretation. It was not really lost or vain. All must come back in time to feed the world. He had known gracious thoughts of earth too big to utter, almost too big to hold. Such thoughts could not ever be really told. They were incommunicable. For the mystical revelation is incommunicable. It has authority only for him who feels it. A corporate revelation is impossible. Only those among men could know, in whose hearts it rose intuitively and made its presence felt as innate ideas. Inspiration brings it, and beauty is the vehicle. Their hearts must change before their minds could be reached. I can work it better from the other side, from that old garden which is the mother's heart. In this way I can help at any rate. Chapter 46. It was at the close of a wet and foggy autumn that we met again, winter in the air, all London desolate, and his wasted, forlorn appearance told me the truth at once. Only the passionate eagerness of voice and manner were there to prove that the spirit had not weakened. There glowed within a fire that showed itself in the translucent shining of the eyes and face. "I've made one great discovery, old man," he exclaimed with old, familiar, high enthusiasm. "One great discovery at least." "You've made so many," I answered cheerfully, while my real thoughts were busy with his bodily state of health, for his appearance shocked me. He stood among a litter of papers, books, neckties, nailed boots, knapsacks, maps, and what-not, that rolled upon the floor from the mouth of the Williston canvas sack. His old gray flannel suit hung literally upon a bag of bones. All the life there was seemed concentrated in his face and eyes, those far-seeing, light blue eyes. They were darker than usual now, eyes like the sea, I thought. His hair, long and disordered, tumbled over his forehead. He was pale, and at the same time flushed. It was almost a disembodied spirit that I saw. "You've made so many. I love to hear them. Is this one finer than the others?" He looked a moment at me through and through, almost uncannily. He looked, in reality, beyond me. It was something else he saw, and in the dusk I turned involuntarily. "Simpler," he said quickly, "much simpler." He moved up close beside me, whispering. Was it all imagination that a breath of flowers came with him? There was certainly a curious fragrance in the air, wild and sweet like orchards in the spring. "And it is?" "That the garden's everywhere. You needn't go to the distant Caucasus to find it. It's all about this old London town, and in these foggy streets and dingy pavements. It's even in this cramped, undusted room. Now, at this moment, while that lamp flickers and the thousands go to sleep, the gates of horn and ivory are here." He tapped his breast. "And here the flowers, the long, clean, open hills, the giant herd, the nymphs, the sunshine, and the gods." So attached was he now to that little room in Paddington, where his books and papers lay, that when the curious illness that had caught him grew so much worse, and the attacks of the nameless fever that afflicted him turned serious, I hired a bedroom for him in the same house, and it was in that poky, cage-like den he breathed his last. His illness I called curious, his fever nameless, because they really were so, and puzzled everyone. He simply faded out of life, it seemed. There was no pain, no sleeplessness, no suffering of any physical kind. He uttered no complaint, nor were there symptoms of any known disorder. Your friend is sound organically, the doctor told me when I pressed him for the truth there on the stairs. Sound as a bell. He wants the open air and plenty of wholesome food. That's all. His body is ill-nourished. His trouble is mental. Some deep and heavy disappointment, doubtless. If you can change the current of his thoughts, awaken interest in common things, and give him a change of scene, perhaps. He shrugged his shoulders and looked very grave. You think he's dying? I think, yes, he is dying. From? From lack of living, pure and simple, was the answer. He has lost all hold on life. He has abundant vitality still. Full of it, but it all goes elsewhere. The physical organism gets none of it. Yet mentally, I asked, there's nothing actually wrong. Not in the ordinary sense. The mind is clear and active. So far as I can test it, the process of thought is healthy and undamaged. It seems to me... He hesitated a moment on the doorstep while the driver wound the motor handle. I waited with a sinking heart for the rest of the sentence. Like certain cases of nostalgia I have known, very rare and very difficult to deal with. Acute and vehement nostalgia, yes, sometimes called a broken heart. He added, pausing another instant at the carriage door, in which the entire stream of a man's inner life flows to some distant place, or person, or to some imagined yearning that he craves to satisfy. To a dream? It might be even that, he answered slowly, stepping in. It might be spiritual. The religious and poetic temperament are most open to it, and the most difficult to deal with when afflicted. He emphasized the little word as though the doubt he felt was far less strong than the conviction he only half concealed. If you would save him, try to change the direction of his thoughts. There is nothing, in all honesty I must say it, nothing that I can do to help. And then, pulling at the grey tuft on his chin, and looking keenly at me a moment over his glasses. Those flowers, he said hesitatingly. You might move those flowers from the room, perhaps. Their perfume is a trifle strong. It might be better. Again he looked sharply at me. There was an odd expression in his eyes, and in my heart there was an odd sensation too, so odd that I found myself bereft a moment of any speech at all, and when my tongue became untied, the carriage was already disappearing down the street, for in that dingy, sick room there were no flowers at all. Yet the perfume of woods and fields and open spaces had reached the doctor too, and obviously perplexed him. Change the direction of his thoughts. I went indoors, wondering how any honest and even half unselfish friend, knowing what I knew, could follow such advice. With what but the lowest motive of keeping him alive for my own happiness could I seek to change his thoughts of some imagined joy and peace to the pain and sordid facts of an earthly existence that he loathed? But when I turned, I saw the tousled yellow-haired landlady standing in the breach. Mrs. Heath stopped me in the hall to inquire whether I could say anything about the rent, perhaps. Her manner was defiant. I found 3 months were owing. It's no good asking him, she said, though not unkindly on the whole. I'm sick and tired of always being put off. He talks about the gods and a Mr. Pan, or some such gentleman, who he says will look after it all, but I never sees him, not this Mr. Pan, and his stuff up there,
jerking her head toward the little room. "Ain't worth a Sankey Moody book. Take the lot of it at cost." I reassured her. It was impossible to help smiling. For some minds, I reflected, a Sankey hymn book might hold dreams that were every bit as potent as his own, and far less troublesome. But that Mr. Pan or some such gentleman should serve as a reference between lodger and landlady was an unwitting comment on the modern point of view that made me want to cry rather than to laugh. O'Malley and Mrs. Heath between them had made a profounder criticism than they knew. And so, by slow degrees, he went, leaving the outer fury for the inner peace. The center of consciousness gradually shifted from the transient form, which is the true ghost, to the deeper, permanent state, which is the eternal reality. For this was how he phrased it to me in one of our last strange talks. He watched his own withdrawal. In bed, he would lie for hours, with fixed and happy eyes, staring apparently at nothing, the expression on his face quite radiant. The pulse sank often dangerously low. He scarcely seemed to breathe, yet it was never complete unconsciousness or trance. My voice, when I found the heart to try and coax his own for speech, would win him back. The eyes would then grow dimmer, losing their happier light, as he turned to the outer world to look at me.
"The pull is so tremendous now," he whispered. "I was far, so far away, in the deep life of earth. Why do you bring me back to all these little pains? I can do nothing here. There I am of use."
He spoke so low I had to bend my head to catch the words. It was very late at night, and for hours I had been watching by his side. Outside, an ugly yellow fog oppressed the town, but about him, like an atmosphere, I caught again that fragrance as of trees and flowers. It was too faint for any name, that fugitive, mild perfume one meets upon bare hills and round the skirts of forests. It was somehow, I fancied, in the very breath.
"Each time the effort to return is greater. In there I am complete and full of power. I can work and send my message back so splendidly. Here."
He glanced down at his wasted body with a curious smile.
"I am only on the fringe. It's pain and failure, all so ineffective."
The other look came back into the eyes more swiftly than before. "I thought you might like to speak, to tell me something," I said, keeping the tears with difficulty from my voice. "Is there no one you would like to see?" He shook his head slowly and gave the peculiar answer.
"They're all in there."
"But Stahl, perhaps, if I could get him here." An expression of gentle disapproval crossed his face, then melted softly into a wistful tenderness as of a child.
"He's not there yet," he whispered, "but he will come to in the end. In sleep, I think. He goes there even now."
"Where are you really, then?" I ventured, "and where is it you go to?" The answer came unhesitatingly. There was no doubt or searching.
"Into myself, my real and deeper self, and so beyond it into her, the earth, where all the others are, all.
And then he frightened me by sitting up in bed abruptly. His eyes stared past me, out beyond the close confining walls. The movement was so startling with its suddenness and vigor that I shrank back a moment. The head was sideways. He was intently listening.
"Hark," he whispered. "They are calling me. Do you hear?"
The look of joy that broke over the face like sunshine made me hold my breath. Something in his low voice thrilled me beyond all I have ever known. I listened, too. Only the rumble of the traffic down the distant main street broke the silence, the rattle of a nearer cart and the footsteps of a few pedestrians. No other noises came across the night. There was no wind.
Thick yellow fog muffled everything. "I hear nothing," I answered softly. "What is it that you hear?" And, making no reply, he presently lay down again among the pillows, that look of joy and glory still upon his face. It lay there to the end like sunrise. The fog came in so thickly through the window that I rose to close it. He never closed that window, and I hoped he would not notice. For a sound of wretched street music was coming nearer, some beggar playing dismally upon a penny whistle, and I feared it would disturb him. But in a flash he was up again. "No, no!" he cried, raising his voice for the first time that night. "Do not shut it. I shan't be able to hear them. Let all the air come in. Open it wider, wider. I love that sound."
"The fog!"
"There is no fog. It's only sun and flowers and music. Let them in. Don't you hear it now?" he added. And, more to bring him peace than anything else, I bowed my head to signify agreement. But the last confusion of the mind I saw was upon him, and he made the outer world confirm some imagined detail of his inner dream. I drew the sash down lower, covering his body closely with the blankets. He flung them off impatiently at once. The damp and freezing night rushed in upon us like a presence. It made me shudder, but O'Malley only raised himself upon one elbow to taste it better, and to listen. Then, waiting patiently for the return of the quiet, trance-like state where I might cover him again, I moved toward the window and looked out. The street was empty, save for that beggar playing vilely upon his penny whistle. The wretch came to a standstill immediately before the house. The lamplight fell from the room upon his tattered, broken figure. I could not see his face. He groped and felt his way. Outside, that homeless wanderer played his penny pipe in the night of cold and darkness. Inside, the dreamer listened, dreaming of his gods and garden, his great Earth Mother, his visioned life of peace and simple things with the living nature. And I felt, somehow, that Claire watched us. I made an angry sign to him to go, but it was the sudden touch upon my arm that made me turn round with such a sudden start that I almost cried aloud. O'Malley, in his night-clothes, stood close against me on the floor, slight as a spirit, eyes ashine, lips moving faintly into speech through the most wonderful smile a human face has ever shown to me. "Do not send him away," he whispered, joy breaking from him like a light. "But tell him that I love it. Go out and thank him. Tell him I hear and understand, and say that I am coming. Will you?" Something within me whirled. It seemed that I was lifted from my feet a moment. Some tide of power rushed from his person to my own. The room was filled with blinding light, but in my heart there rose a great emotion that combined tears and joy and laughter all at once. "The moment you are back in bed," I heard my voice like one speaking from a distance, "I'll go." The momentary wild confusion passed as suddenly as it came. I remember he obeyed at once. As I bent down to tuck the clothes about him, that fragrance as of flowers and open spaces rose about my bending face like incense, bewilderingly sweet. And the next second I was standing in the street. The man who played upon the pipe, I saw, was blind. His hand and fingers were curiously large. I was already close, ready to press all that my pockets held into his hand. Aye, and far more than merely pockets held, because O'Malley said he loved the music, when something made me turn my head away. I cannot say precisely what it was, for at first it seemed a tapping at the window of his room behind me, and then a little noise within the room itself, and next, more curious than either, a feeling that something came out rushing past me through the air. It whirled and shouted as it went. I only remember clearly that in the very act of turning, and while my look still held that beggar's face within the field of vision, I saw the sightless eyes turn bright a moment, as though he opened them and saw. He did most certainly smile. To that I swear. But when I turned again, the street immediately about me was empty. The beggar-man was gone. And down the pavement, moving swiftly through the curtain of fog, I saw his vanishing figure. It was large and spreading. In the fringe of light the lamp-post gave, its upper edges seemed far above the ground. Someone else was with him. There were 2 figures. I heard that sound of piping far away. It sounded faint and almost flute-like in the air, and in the mud at my feet the money lay, spurned utterly. I heard the last coins ring upon the pavement as they settled. But in the room, when I got back, the body of Terence O'Malley had ceased to breathe.